Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay, baby, right here on a midday Wednesday. Zay, how you doing, my man?
Not too shabby, man. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Ready to rock and roll per usual. How you doing?
Hey, man, fired up. We're getting closer to some more March Madness. We're going to talk some Texas football with our man Hank South at 2:15. Excited about that because he was at Pro Day yesterday. Can give us his take on what he saw. And I heard from an NFL team, one of the teams that I, talked to. They felt like Quinn Ewers had a good day yesterday. So I know the deep ball might have been fluttering a little bit, but
sure. Peyton Manning went to the Hall of Fame with them duck ass passes. I ain't trying to hear that.
Yup. That's facts.
Yeah. Does it get where it needs to go?
Right.
That's what I'm worried about. Is the ball put in the right spot? Like, yeah, we all love that, Dan Marino spiral, but yeah, your last throws, you might throw a couple of ducks in there. I thought Quinn was money yesterday. Now, let me ask you this, because I see a lot of folks in media. You're a part of the media too. Do a hell of a job for the last 40-something years. I appreciate that. But Quinn Ewers not talking to the media yesterday. I saw some think that was an issue. That was weird. Jahdae Barron talked with the folks, Silas Bolden, different guys who were a part of Pro Day. But the former QB1 did not talk to the media after he went 50 for 59 when it came to throwing the football. Your thoughts on that?
Let's ask Hank.
Okay.
Because I was not there. So it would have been nice if someone on his behalf, John Bianco, somebody would have come over to the media and said, hey, Quinn can't talk. He's got to go do part of a workout for a team, or he's got to go meet with a team, or whatever the reason was. Because I did see that. I think Bobby Burton said it was because he had a meeting with a team. If that's the case, then just tell all the reporters who are waiting for him. He's the quarterback. He's a guy who's as high profile as it gets. Communication. I over communicating, not a bad thing, Zay.
No.
Especially at this time of, you're a month out from the draft and people are looking for reasons to move you up, move you down. I always say believe half of what you hear approaching the draft, because there are so many agendas out there. There are teams that will leak something about a player who they want, hoping that player will fall to them. I mean, it's a mess. I remember Cedric Benson, RIP said B. The man was in tears in his interview with Susie Kolber right after being drafted because of all the whispers and critics. And
what were they saying about said B?
That he was a bad teammate, that he fumbled, or just ridiculous stuff that they were using to try to, and again, I don't know where people come up with this stuff, but it can be a dog eat dog process. You got to have that thick skin, got to have that rhino skin. You got to have that deep faith in your own abilities. If you don't believe in you, who will? This is the ultimate test of that philosophy because it's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, CB said was in tears because he didn't want to go to Chicago.
Yeah.
Well, I think said B even did some time in Green Bay and Cincinnati. Like he got all kinds of cold weather in that NFL career of his. But yeah, and CB, we appreciate CB, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio.
See,
because Devon Pryor is in the portal.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, RT on your way out. Let's not play Devon Pryor at all in the first 4 game against Xavier. That was crazy. It's crazy, man. Not trying to kick my man RT while he's down. Dude just got fired. So it's, not trying to be that cold, but boy, I think he could have used that dude just a little bit, And who knows if this was Sean Miller's guy or not. If Sean Miller asked for him to come back, or Sean Miller was like, you know what, bruh? You're better off in the portal. Because Sean Miller, even when he was wearing those Xavier colors, he was fighting for Kendall Weaver. That was a little suspicious, if you ask me. That was real interesting. Now that everything's fallen into place and Sean Miller is the 27th head coach in Texas men's basketball history, leading up to the first 4 game in Dayton, Texas versus Xavier, Sean Miller talked about Kendall Weaver on multiple occasions when it came to dealing with the press. He was like, man, when this guy came back, completely changed the team. How would anybody not want a player like that? I'm sure everybody saw those photos going viral. Sean Miller talking with Kendall Weaver when Kendall Weaver was still wearing his University of Texas backpack. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to go nowhere. Like, I love the university. Even though RT's my dude, Sean Miller believes in me. He got the job for a reason. I should put my trust in him and ride this thing out. That'd be lovely because Kendall Weaver is a fan favorite. Who knows if he was available and Sean Miller either be the coach because the record might be different. That's an interesting thing to think about. But yeah, it's Devon Pryor leaving. I'm not surprised one bit. I'm interested to see how Jordan Pope's process goes. I don't know if Sean Miller's one of those guys where he's like, if you enter the portal, don't try to come back because that is a thing. Guys enter the portal, see their value, see what's going on. And then if it doesn't click there, if the grass isn't greener on the other side, the coach allows them to, they'll come back. So I don't know if that's how Sean Miller gets down, but yeah, Jordan Pope, someone to think about. Nick Cody, Jamie Vinson, few of these guys that could come back to the team or maybe go off elsewhere and try to see where the career ends up. But yeah. Pryor, he's the first. He won't be the last.
Well, it's moving at 100 miles an hour, and that's how it goes when you've got the portal window happening right while 16 teams are still playing in the NCAA tournament. The coaching care,
Man, these guys like John Calipari and Tom Izzo bitching about the transfer portal opening up this past Monday and they're still playing. Not trying to hear that. I'm not trying to hear that. Like, look where you are. You should have guys that are working behind the scenes to make things happen while you're still playing, while you're still dancing. That's just how it goes. It happens in football. Steve Sarkisian's talked about it, about how difficult it is. But, hey, I'd rather be here than at home watching other teams play, dealing with the transfer portal.
Well, where it gets interesting for a guy like Sean Miller is he was recruiting guys to Xavier, right? He's got guys he's been recruiting. You know, Texas only has one guy signed in the 2025 class, which is John Clark, the power forward. But Sean Miller and his staff have been recruiting guys to Xavier. Does that profile of player change? Are those players he's recruiting? And I don't know who they are. I haven't, dug into it yet. Does the profile of the player change for him with the Texas brand and being able to recruit Texas? It's like we joke about Ethan Mendoza, the leadoff hitter for the Longhorns. He grew up in Texas. He grew up a Longhorn fan. Schloss was recruiting him. He's like, I'm not going to A&M. I'm not going to College Station. So he went to Arizona State. Then Schloss gets the Texas job, and Ethan Mendoza's like, oh, okay, now you're at a school I can go to. What are the circumstances there? And we're going to find out, like, just how good Sean Miller is in terms of his player evaluation and what he can put together, because there's an exodus walking out the building. 6 of the top 8 players. I think Tremont Mark has an extra year, right? So, but Trey Johnson's gone. Caden Shedrick's gone. Jason Kent's gone. Julian Larry's gone. Arthur Kaluma's gone. That's a lot of dudes. 76% of their scoring production is potentially gone. And Devon Pryor was not even in that equation. So Sean Miller got to work fast, got to be on his game as a recruiter. And I think you're absolutely right. I think he's already put in some work on Kendall Weaver. He was putting in work on Kendall Weaver at the first 4.
Yeah.
The
Smart
first
man.
4 press conference. Huh?
Smart man.
Yeah.
I'd be doing the same thing too.
Right.
Like, I'd be heading up Ryan Conwell. Like, that'd be a huge get, because Ryan Conwell could play on any level. Like, the Big East, they're still pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Big East is way better than what the ACC brought this year, by far. Maybe not the SEC, Big 10, or the Big 12, but it's way better than what we saw in the ACC, where Cooper Flagg and those Blue Devils dominated everybody. Ryan Conwell could play. That'd be a terrific get. Dalen Swain could also play. That'd also be a terrific get if I'm Sean Miller trying to get these guys to come. So, yeah, I think he does a hell of a job recruiting and developing guys. And I think he has an idea of the type of player that he wants here in year 1. But, yeah, we'll see how that works out.
Our Travis Johnson wants to know, is Texas in the mix for Magoon Gwath? Who the hell is that?
I don't know who that is. Sounds like an African brother, so it sounds.
I know. Cool. That's why I was like, is this Zay's favorite player? Okay, he's from San Diego State.
Yes, sir.
7-footer.
I see that skin tone. I know where he's from. Oh, he's just Euless, Texas.
Yeah, man.
Nah, he might have came here on some blindside type situation.
What?
What do you mean, what?
What you mean?
Got him on the blind side, Sandra Bull. Get him in.
Just
nice, wholesome family.
Just saw him walking down the street. All right, let's bring in our man, Hank South. He was everywhere yesterday. He's everywhere all the time. Hank South, managing editor, Horns 24/7. We were at spring football together yesterday. And then my daughter performed in the UIL state one-act play, and they advanced.
Nice.
They finished in the top. Top 2. So Maggie Brown moving on. Congrats to Maggie and McCallum High School for the one-act play. But Hank, enough about my daughter and her acting.
No.
You were at Pro Day yesterday.
What's up, CB?
And there seems to be there was angst on social media about how Quinn Ewers exited the bubble without talking to the media. Some were like, and what was your take on it before we get to actually how he performed?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer. You want to interview him one more time before the draft, but
but no one explained, like,
yeah, we didn't get an explanation on why. But when you're there, you hear, like, a lot of the NFL personnel that are there, whether it's the coaches or GMs, like, they have meetings outside the bubble, or they want to go see them somewhere else, or in the facilities, wherever they go. So it makes sense that he would go do that. It was fine. I wasn't like upset by it or anything. Like I said, it would have been nice to interview him and just kind of hear, who he's speaking with, and, his final thoughts before he's officially gone. This is kind of the last time all those guys are together on the Texas campus. So no big deal. But yeah, I know some people took it as, he was trying to duck the media because he kind of struggled towards the end of his throwing session. But I think Bobby Burton put out that, he had an NFL meeting right after. So, oh, well.
Yeah. Well, looked like he was really good on the short and intermediate stuff. And he hit, I know, a couple deep balls, one to Matt Golden. But how would you assess the workout?
Yeah, again, yeah. I mean, he started off really strong. It's kind of like, what we saw from him on the field. I mean, his intermediate stuff, it was awesome. It was on target. The ball was zipping. And then, a few of them, I know one of the deep balls down the right sideline, I can't remember if it was Bond or Golden. I think it was Golden. He dropped it. But a bunch of the deep balls, they were either short or they were just like wobbling all over the place. It seemed like it was kind of like slipping out of his hand. So I mean, is that going to hurt his stock that much? I don't know. Like, it wasn't like a horrendous showing or anything. It was just probably a little to be, left a little bit of desired there with that performance. But he was totally in command. Like, he was telling everyone what to do, like where to line up, what they were going to be running. I thought that part of it, like he showed, and it did. I don't think it got talked about, and this was on SEC Networks. Everybody saw it, but his first throw, he went under center, and I can't remember if it was Hayden Connor or Jake Majors. I think it was Jake Majors, but snapped the ball and dropped the ball. And Golden was like running a slant route and was like all the way down, and he had to come back and run the route again. So I don't know if that was like a bad omen for the overall session. But I mean, is it going to hurt his draft stock that much? I don't think so. I don't think it was like horrendous, but definitely wasn't his best showing.
In your opinion, of what you've seen, Hank, from the actual combine with Quinn Ewers to yesterday with Pro Day, where do you think he's going to fall? What day? What round? How you think it's going to play out for Quinn?
Yeah, that's like, one of the reasons we wanted to talk to him yesterday is because, you can talk to the guys about who has their 30 meetings set up, or, what visits they have coming up. So it's hard to tell. I think he's probably going to be, second or third round. I still, it's not a quarterback. I've been saying this. It's like, it's not a great quarterback draft. I think somebody's going to get nervous and take him earlier than what people might have him projected at. So, I was saying, maybe first round. I don't know if it's going to be that, but I could totally see him going round 2, round 3. I think someone's going to pick him up. Obviously, he has a great body of work. He's won a lot of games, so I think he's done enough in this NFL draft process to warrant, being in an early round pick.
Yeah, I guess Alfred Collins had a calf strain, so he was in a boot, did not work out. But who impressed you, Hank? Who do you feel like made some money yesterday?
Yeah. I think Matthew Golden looked really good. Obviously he's not going to run the 40 again. And it sucked because the media was on the sideline. So they were doing the 40 in the middle of the field and we couldn't hear the times getting called out. So we kind of had to ask the guys as they were coming off. Jaden Blue, I think, probably helped his stock a little bit. He had one really bad drop on kind of a little swing route, but did it again. And he looked really good catching the ball out of the backfield during Quinn's throwing session. But I think Matthew Golden looked really good running routes. Bond looked good. I thought Gunnar Helm looked really good. He didn't. I was wondering if he was going to try to come back and run the 40, but he's still getting healthy. He had his ankle taped up real tight or a compression sleeve on it or something from the injury he sustained at the combine. But I thought in terms of his workout catching the ball, he looked really good. A guy that I'm not sure if he's going to get drafted, but Gavin Holmes, I thought had a really good day, at least in testing. I didn't see his DB workout because we were interviewing the players as they were getting done. But I thought he looked really good. From what I saw in the testing, and I'm not sure exactly what he ran, but it seemed like he was having a pretty strong day. I said Jaden Blue.
What about my man Silas Bolden?
I know, yeah.
Diving catches and stuff, putting his body on the line. That was impressive.
He was talking. Forgot someone was from the Patriots was like hyping him up a lot. It wasn't Mike Vrabel, but someone, I think it was the Patriots. But he's getting a lot of like special teams talk, like obviously a return man. So we'll see. I mean, he'll probably get picked up somewhere, I would imagine. I think he ran a 4.38, I think is what he said. And then Jaden Blue said he ran a 4.25, which, it's not laser time. So, somebody probably clocked a 4.25 on him. I don't know. But I think those guys all helped themselves. I think Baron Sorrell had a pretty good showing from what I saw. Again, on some of the defensive line DB stuff, the other guys were coming off the field to do interviews, so we couldn't even get that close anyway. So it's kind of hard to see from our vantage points. People that watched it on TV probably had a better view. But yeah, Bolden looked good catching the ball too. Juan Davis came back. He started off rough catching the ball, but he came back and he had that really good one-handed catch down the seam. So happy to see that for him. Not sure he's going to get drafted, but he's working for it. But yeah, and it was interesting seeing Velton Gardner work out too. Like we didn't really see him all year. Obviously, he had the weird injury.
I was wondering who the hell that was.
I know.
I was
he was lining up for a 40, and we were like, "Wait, who is that?" And
who is this guy?
So, but yeah, overall, pretty good day. I thought Bond looked pretty good. He ran the 40 again too. He said he ran a 4.34. So I think that shows a lot about coming back. You clock a pretty good time at the combine. 4.39 I think is very respectable. And to show you're a little bit faster. But Gunnar Helm said that he's clocked in the 4.7s and high 4.6s I think in training prior to his injury. So, but he was I thought it was interesting. Gunnar Helm was talking about he's not necessarily like he's quicker on tape. When you watch him, he just gets open. That's what you don't have to be like crazy athlete to be a good effective tight end. So. I thought he helped himself a lot during Pro Day too.
Hank, what about the big guys? Hayden Connor, Jake Majors, Kelvin Banks. I don't know what Cam Williams was able to do yesterday, if anything, but what about the big fellas?
Yeah, I didn't see Kelvin do anything. I didn't see Cam do anything. I'm trying to think. There's so many of them. But Hayden Connor, Jake Majors, I think they look good. They were snapping the ball during Quinn's throwing session. I think they did the vertical and the bench press too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. It's so all over the place, like who does what. But I think they helped themselves. Hayden Connor, I don't think he talked to us, but Jake Majors did. Not I think the biggest thing with Jake Majors is you see his durability over most games started ever at UT. So I think someone's going to take a flyer on him. But yeah, I didn't see a lot of their workout because a lot of the OLDL stuff was off to the side where we couldn't see it. because we were held to the sideline.
Well, we'll use that to transition to the first day of spring football yesterday. Hank, you were hanging around the offensive lineman, and Nick Brooks was maybe getting some second team snaps at left tackle.
Yep.
And I mean, the guy is listed at
353.
353, 6'7".
Yeah.
I mean, tell us about Nick Brooks.
I need to go back and find the article because the high school he came from, Grayson, they have like a sports science director. And so like they do all this testing on these kids. And he has like, for his size, like relative to everything, like insane athleticism. And yeah, already running second team left tackle. I mean, I walked up to the offensive line field and he's the first guy you notice. Like Goosby's up there, like all those guys are up there, but you see Nick Brooks first. Like he's just a massive, massive kid. So I thought they weren't like obviously doing anything, crazy. They were just kind of doing, their drills on each side of the line, or each, left and right. But I thought he was moving well. The first team offensive line, or at least, the first group up is pretty much what we would expect, with Goosby, Neto,
Cole
Hudson, DJ Campbell, and Brandon Baker. So that wasn't a huge surprise. I think the biggest takeaway was Nick Brooks at left tackle on second team. Maybe Daniel Cruz, third team center. And again, this is just the groups they're working out on day one of spring practice. So we can go back the next availability and it could be different. But I thought that was interesting. I messed up on the practice report. There was a number 69 running third team right tackle, and there's not a number 69 on the roster. So I was thinking it was Max Merrill from last year. He's already graduated, I've learned. So the next availability or the next viewing, I got to figure out who number 69 is.
69.
The ghost right tackle.
Okay.
So maybe it was
so 69 was working at right tackle.
He was working at third team right tackle, third group right tackle. I don't know. So that'll be interesting. Maybe it could simply have been a wardrobe malfunction or something. It could be like one of these other walk-ons but yeah, I think it's pretty strong group. You're starting to notice the depth a little bit, maybe thinning out just a little bit. They only signed 4 guys and 2 of them aren't even here yet in Coleman and the Coleman brothers. You lost John Mills to Washington right before signing day. So, that's probably going to be an area they really try to tackle in recruiting in 2026 to replenish that. But still, fairly good depth, I think, overall.
And how's the O-line class in state for 26?
Yeah, it's really good. Felix Ojo, I think we just made him the number 1 offensive tackle in the country. Kid's amazing. Tall, athletic, can bend. I think he's trending Texas personally. I haven't put in a crystal ball pick, but that would be my pick. But he's probably going to take it a while. He has everyone coming after him. John Turntine, the third major target as well, another offensive tackle target from North Crowley, where Texas just signed Jonathan Cunningham from. People question his size, but Texas loves him as an offensive tackle. He's a little bit shorter, but he makes up for it with his play. Texas would like to sign those 2 guys. They have Max Wright committed, who's I think a little underrated. I think he'll get his due. And then beyond that, you kind of have those interior guys don't always get like the most love in terms of rankings. You look back like Nate Kibble, he wasn't, high profile. The Coleman twins this past class, they don't get a lot of buzz because they do the nitty gritty work. So there's guys like Nick Robertson, Toa Katoa, Zayden Crimpen. Top 247 kind of unranked non-top 247 4 stars that they're in for. And then there's a handful of out-of-state offensive linemen that they really like as well. Sam Roserborough from Florida, Cody Green from Mater Dei out in California. So I think this will be a pretty big offensive line class. I think at least 5 guys. I think they want to take at least 3 tackles and then, 2 or 3 interior guys as well. Just because, like I mentioned, they're starting to thin out a little bit. Didn't sign as many as they wanted in 2025. And then again, you look at, the portal opening back up in a couple of weeks. Are they going to lose any of these other guys that, maybe don't like where they're standing coming out of spring or where they're at right now? Maybe they could look for another home. Not saying anything's coming, but we live in an era where, 1 week it's okay, the next week it's not. So we'll have to watch that.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, Hank, because Freddie DuBose seems to be dismissed from this team.
Yeah.
I guess it's interesting coming up, but
I'm not sure he was ever on the team.
What does that mean? Not on the team?
I mean, I never saw him out there.
He was kind of yeah. And he's not on the roster
up.
either they gave us. So, I mean, I guess we could have seen that yesterday that he wasn't there. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I can't imagine he's a kid that got dismissed from the team. It might have just not worked out from a fit perspective, or gets lost on the depth chart. I mean, he's a really good kid. So we'll have to do a little bit more investigative work on that. But yeah, it looks like they're at least down one guy. Maybe not down one guy, as Chip says. Maybe just what they are. But yeah, the wide receivers were interesting. Yeah, I mean, I thought. You don't have DeAndre Moore, at least not right now. He's still recovering from his injury. So you had Parker Livingston kind of running in that wide receiver 2 role. Wingo in number 1 looks really good. I mean, that's expected. Saw a little bit of Michael Terry. Jamie French, I think, was, of all true freshmen, looked the best, I think, in my opinion, at receiver. And then, I thought Livingston looked really good for the most part.
So hey, it's Livingston, not Livingstone.
Hold on, let me give you they don't have.
We can count on you for that, baby.
That might be a Jordan Scruggs question.
Okay.
I've always had Livingston, and nobody's ever said anything to me. So, hopefully, I'm pronouncing. I'll check.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, you're good. I'm surprised it's not on the pronunciation guide on the bottom of the roster.
Yeah, they need that.
But yeah. So there were some drops. I think that's to be expected day one of practice. But I saw Collier Lockett drop a ball. But I want to like the deep flag routes they were running into the end zone. Like they were all hitting on that. Even the walk-ons were looking kind of impressive with that. So I think they'll get better. But on our message board on Horse 24/7, Trey Scott's caused kind of an uproar, saying that like he doesn't think this wide receiver group's this group's very good overall, or at least not compared to the 2 wide receiver cores they've had the last 2 seasons or 3 seasons. Just from you got Wingo, you got DeAndre Moore behind them. There's a lot of unproven guys that you just don't really know what you have. And I know there's some excitement about them, from sources I've spoken with. We just I think last year we were talking about Aaron Butler kind of being a dark horse freshman. We didn't see him at all this year. He's still on the team, to his credit. Maybe again, we're living in an era where you want to see them immediately. Like he's going into year 2. So it's like, he could still be really, really good. But it does seem like unless they go and get a guy in the portal in the spring, a guy or two, like one of these freshmen is going to have to step up and play. And if yesterday was the only, measurement we have, it looks like it's going to be French. So, we'll see as the spring goes along.
Yeah, Michael Terry's a big dude.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how he settles in.
Guys, did y'all see him as a wide receiver yesterday?
Yeah, he was playing wide receiver.
Yeah, and he's a big dude.
Yeah.
Number 11.
Yep. Michael Terry. Tight end was, Spencer Shannon, Jordan Washington, kind of what we expected. What I thought was interesting, and this is, I think this was Eric's note. He was getting the order. It went Spencer Shannon, Jordan Washington, Ridge Barker, who's a preferred walk-on, then Will Randall and Amari Winston. So maybe Ridge Barker impressing this spring. Something to watch. I just lost y'all. Where's my – oh, here it is. I was looking at the notes. But I think Chip and I were talking. Amari Winston, I think he got like a lot of people were like, this kid's kind of like, why are they taking this guy? Maybe not that impressive physically. I thought he looked pretty athletic yesterday, compared to what I've seen. I've never actually saw him play in Georgia. I've seen his film and everything, but he looked like, the spring's been good for him so far, his first semester at Texas. So yeah, that'll be another, do they go and try to get a tight end in the portal too, just to have some insurance there? I think Spencer Shannon and Jordan Washington are really good, but again, behind them, who do you have? And this is an offense that they really like to get the tight ends involved with. So, we saw them go after Max Clare from Purdue in the first window. He went to Ohio State. So that I think that'll be an interesting position. Maybe they might look at in the spring as well.
Yeah. Amari Winston, they list him at 6'1", 246. He showed he's got some really good hands because he was, on the dead run, extending his arms, making catches high over his head. And like you said, Hank, moved pretty well.
Yeah, I thought yesterday, Gunnar Helm, when he was doing his interview, he was talking about how, and he made a good point, like, people don't realize that, like, he played in every game he suited up for as a Longhorn. So, like, we saw, like, the finished product this year and him having the, record-breaking season. But he was talking about how he started in kind of he says they call it the blue-collar tight end role where, you're the blocking tight end. He's like, I've blocked a lot of big guys in my first few years. He's like, I kind of did all the dirty work, then was able to kind of showcase my receiving ability as well as last couple of years. So maybe that's an Amari Winston route they can kind of sell to him, like, earn your spot. So
yeah, and that's certainly where Spencer Shannon is.
Yeah.
Right now, and they're trying to get him to be more comfortable as a receiver, and we'll see how that goes. He's a big dude.
Yeah.
I mean, 6'7", 255. He's ripped up, great shape. So, and I think he's been a really good blocker, at least from what I've heard. So,
yeah,
he'll get on the field because if he can block, defensive ends and defensive tackles, then that's a huge advantage.
Yeah.
And then they can leak him out and he catches a couple balls. Because what did Gunnar Helm catch his first year? Like 4 or 5 balls?
Can't be much.
Not much.
Yeah.
And then the dude leaves as the single season record holder. So they've shown they've done a good job developing players, and we'll see how that all advances. The running back position, Hank, I mean, guys are getting an opportunity. CJ Baxter's not all the way back yet from the knee ligament tear in fall camp last year. The freshmen, do you have a favorite of the freshmen who the early enrollee guys?
Yeah.
Simon.
I like them both. I've said, I think the one of the more underrated guys on the class was Ricky Stewart, just because, all the guy did was just produce. Like his senior season, I think he only rushed for 1,600 yards. Like I say only kind of sarcastically. But I think his junior year, and he was hurt for part of the season too. I think his junior year, he averaged like over 10 yards a carry, over 2,000 yards rushing. I mean, he's a freak. And
he's got wiggle.
Yeah, he's got wiggle. Both those guys are they're kind of these new age running backs that, they can catch the ball and come out of the backfield as well in the passing game. So yeah, I'll be curious to see, it's funny yesterday talking about like running back health. Like I was at pro day and a lot of the players come and like cheer on the guys, and CJ Baxter walked in and I saw him jump on somebody's back, like just messing with him. And I was like, oh, looks like he's feeling pretty good. And then Christian Clark walked by and you could see he looks healthy. Like you can see his Achilles, like all what is it? Like healed up. That freaks me out. Achilles stuff freaks me out.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be curious to see, I thought Wisner looked pretty big yesterday too. I only saw him for like a second, but it looks like he's put on some good weight. What is he? 6 foot, 194 on the roster.
His new number 5 jersey.
Yeah, it's looking good. Switched it with Wingo, right?
Yeah. Wingo went to 1 and Wisner went to 5.
Yep. We got Jelani McDonald at 4. That was funny too. Makuba yesterday, someone asked him, did he consult you about taking 4? And he was like, he didn't, but he was just messing around. He was like, he was like, he'll rep number 4 well. So, yeah, I think the running back position, again, I keep saying like, spring portal, maybe a spot they try to go look at somebody. We saw what happened last year. And again, you're bringing back 2 running backs that you probably need to rely, or obviously C.J. Baxter, you're going to depend on. Christian Clark's probably, a guy you want to get on the field more, but both of them have injuries they're coming back from that are really severe. So maybe is that a spot, because if anything, God forbid anything happens, then you're Wisner, Jarrett Gibson, and some freshmen. So, that maybe that's something they want to do, or want to look at in the spring, depending on who's available. Yeah. I know there's everyone's asking about Jaheim White from West Virginia coming with Chad Scott. So, maybe that if he does enter the portal, that could be something interesting to watch.
Yeah. What did you notice from the new coaches? Speaking of Chad Scott, Hank, obviously there's been film on Dwayne Aquina again after it yesterday, but for Mark Orfe, Chad Scott, I don't know if you saw Neil Brown out there. What did you notice from the new guys?
Yeah, the only guy I noticed, just because I went up and saw offensive line and came back down for the last little part we were allowed to be there, was I saw Aquina just ripping into people, which was, classic Dwayne Aquina. So to be expected what he did. I didn't see Mark Orfe, and I didn't see Chad Scott. They're there. Like I saw them at Pro Day, but that's like another spot I want to look at, and then Alan Clark too. I want to see kind of how he handles things at practice as well. So that's something I'm going to key in on the next time. But Aquina is still Dwayne Aquina, so all good things there.
I don't know how he gets the energy still to be that fiery, man. It's pretty damn amazing.
Yeah. I'm surprised nobody has asked us, and obviously he wouldn't leave for a head coaching job, but Stanford coming open yesterday, I was like, I wonder who's on their hot board. And, he was there for a long time, but they're not going to go hire Dwayne Aquina. But which I think, I don't know if y'all have talked about that yet. Andrew Luck, the general manager, firing Troy Taylor. Can Brandon Harris fire Steve Sarkisian? Is that a thing?
I think I think because Stanford is without an athletic director right now, the president must have empowered Andrew Luck, and who knows, maybe Andrew Luck's about to take over as AD, but yeah, that was interesting. That was interesting. Yeah, Hank, Zay has his own philosophy about Aaliyah Chavez picking Oklahoma. What he thinks it's because it's a Jordan brand school and they're probably promising her own shoe. Style of play. What do you think?
That's what. Yeah. Let me find the quote. I had a quote from her dad. I talked to her dad a week or less than a week ago, just trying to see. And he said, I think style of play is important. It's hard, right? It's hard to see her in that system just because of the 3-point shot. Do I think she can bring it? Yeah. Just trying to figure out if it's the right fit. You have a point guard like Rory, super talented, super aggressive, but she's not a shooting point guard, obviously. Trying to see if Aaliyah can come in and add, or is that just something that's their style of play? That's the hard part. So, it seemed like that was the big thing because I don't think NIL was an issue, but you do bring up. I didn't think about Jordan Brand. That is an interesting point. Maybe they were in terms of the NIL packages, they could up it a little bit with that because I'm sure Texas was fine competitively there. But yeah, the last 24, 48 hours, the buzz was just kind of shifting towards OU. She went to Norman that last week, and maybe that's where they kind of. It's probably why, where it started is, she went to Norman for that opening round tournament game and they were able to, get that last in-person pitch. So, I think Texas will be okay. Obviously she's a generational talent, you'd love to have her, but I think they've proven they can he's texting me that they're able to find guys. And then again, we need to give some more credit to Aaliyah Crump too. I mean, she's
top 5 player.
Top 5 player in the country. She's coming in. Texas will we'll go out and get get some talent in the portal where they need it. So yeah, I think it'll be okay.
Yeah.
Hank, on the men's side, before you go, Sean Miller, introduction press conference yesterday. Where do you think he's going to go in the portal? I mean, we talked about Ryan Conwell. We talked about Dalen Swain coming from Xavier, Devon Pryor. He just put his name in the portal, former Texas wing. How do you think Sean Miller is going to go about these next
weeks? I think obviously he's got to work quick, right? I think there's still a little bit of, settling in, meeting the team. Obviously, I think his priority in terms of the team now is keep Kendall Weaver. Somebody asked him yesterday at the press conference, is there any chance Trey Johnson comes back? And he was like, what I would say is Trey needs to go. Like, he needs to go be top 10 pick. There was no question there, but I think Kirk Bowles asked him, are any of your Xavier players coming with you? And he was like, obviously, you can't answer that. He's like, I'm not, I think there's 3 Xavier players in the portal. Dalen Swain, I think, was one of them. We have our Isaac Trotter on 24/7 says he's not expected to come with Miller to Texas. So that's one guy. Conwell, obviously, is the other one we'd be watching if he did enter the portal. But Isaac Trotter did have an interesting report today. If I can find it, he's got a fun name. Magoon Gwath from San Diego State, a center.
We've heard that name.
7-footer.
7-footer. Mountain West Defensive Player of the Year. So right now it's kind of just like early interest, but I think Kentucky, Washington, and one other school were the schools kind of more in the mix right now. So we'll see if he turns it on with him. I heard the name Cam Williams today, a guard from Tulane. And again, I think you see these kids on Twitter that, like the tweets that say like, this guy's heard from all these schools. And that could simply just be like, this personnel guy followed him or like said, hey, what's up? So it's going to move quick. Obviously they have to hit the portal hard. It's not going to be a luxury to where yesterday in his press conference, he talked about recruiting so important. He really wants to make it a combo of high school portal and international. I don't think he has time to do a lot of the high school and international right now. I think he has to go heavy portal year one. But we'll see. There's still some high school guys that are available. Maybe he tries to make a run at them late. It's kind of evolving by the minute. I think we're going to see more, answers on the current roster. We saw Devon Pryor leave. We still have to, Tremont Mark has a year of eligibility left. Nick Cody is still deciding what he's going to do. We still don't have an answer from John Clark, the high school signee, the 6'9" center from Houston. Is he going to stick with Texas? Obviously, he could ask out of his letter of intent. I would imagine it would be granted. A lot of answers or a lot of things we need answered, but I would expect this is going to be a very heavy portal run for Sean Miller year one.
Yeah. Hank, great stuff, man. You're going 100 miles an hour. We appreciate you.
Question real quick right there, Chip. Has Miller, he said he was going to bring some of his Xavier staff. He didn't name names. But he said some Xavier staff, and then he's evaluating everybody else. So, we don't have an answer on like his general manager role. So I think you can expect like a few Xavier coaches, and then, is he going to keep anybody from this other staff? Frank Haith, Brandon Chappell were at the press conference. Chris Ogden was at the press conference yesterday. So, we'll see where he goes in that direction.
Yeah. Hank, appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it again next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
All right. There he is. Hank South, Horns 24/7. Breaking it down. My man Zay was shaking his head.
Hey, Chappelle. Holla. See y'all later. Y'all have a good life after this. Ogden, keep him around. Keep him around because old Bo, gotta see what that little Ogden's doing. Little Ogden can hoop, baby. That white boy can go. That's a player that you want. You know what I'm saying? If that means keep Pops around, all right, make that sacrifice. Plus, I like Chris Ogden. Like, I'll put him in that same category as the coaching staff. He didn't have that type of role.
Right.
But, yeah.
And Ogden is a connector. Mm-hmm. He knows all the big money guys. he's a guy who can, get the NIL going. And Ogden came with Beard. He stayed, obviously. And, it's going to be different. I'm not trying to dog Ronnie Terry, but, they got a different caliber of transfer when Beard was here as opposed to what RT got. When Beard was here, they got Marcus Carr, Timmy Allen, Christian Bishop. It was Jabari Rice.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys were unbelievable. And then, Max Asmus, really good. But, Ithiel Horton.
That's your favorite player. T. Horton.
What are we doing?
Man.
I mean,
wow.
And then these, Jason Kent was good at times. Julian Larry was okay at times, but you needed guys that were going to bring it every night and force defenses to have to guard all five. And it wasn't the same. And again, Deshaun Miller, what's his kind of guy? I think it would help him to have someone from Texas. Ogden was a head coach. He can certainly provide input. His kid is a rising star. He probably knows the other kids in that whole class just because he's seen them at all the AAU tournaments. And so anyway, we'll see what Sean Miller comes up with here. But yeah, I'm with you, Zay. I would not mind seeing Chris Ogden retained.
That's it.
By Sean Miller.
Like everyone else, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Like, I feel like that's a very easy decision. And this is Texas. Like, there should be a lot of guys that have a high basketball IQ that do a good job that are willing to come be an assistant. Ronnie Terry's an amazing assistant.
Yeah, he is.
Like, people, again, we all see head coach RT. Did it work out up and down at Fresno State and UTEP? But as far as an assistant goes, RT's money. Like, his recruiting game solid. He's relatable there. Like, RT is a hell of an assistant coach, and that's okay. Like, sometimes being a great assistant for your whole career. Hey, Tex Wiener, assistant for the Chicago Bulls during those 90s teams and Los Angeles Lakers under Phil Jackson, he in the Hall of Fame, created the triangle offense, best offense in NBA history. So
what'd you call him?
Is it Tex Winter?
Yeah, Tex Winter.
Tex Winter. Yeah, Tex Winter. Like,
yeah.
That's the thing. Like, you got to be able to accept that role.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you look at Chris, like we talked about the other day, you look at Chris Beard's coaching staff, Mark Adams, Bob Donewald, like those are dudes, man. And Donewald's a really good offensive coach. He coached Yao Ming in the Chinese national team in the Olympics. He was the head coach. Like, A's hire A's and B's hire C's, Zay.
Yeah.
Beard loves to surround himself with A's.
Chris Beard, man. I can't believe Ole Miss is where they're at. It's just
What chance do you give them against Michigan State?
Oh, high chance. High chance. You got that badass white boy Sean Padula running your team. You got a chance any night. Any night. That's a bad white boy, man. That dude, as tough as it gets. I love that dude. He might be one of my favorite players in all of college basketball. Easy. I love watching him play. He has everything that you want in a point guard. Like, could shoot a damn rock, gets everybody in the right spots, and he's playing with some tough brothers too. and he earned their respect early.
Yeah, you can see that.
You can see that. Like
They
got some rough, tough. I wouldn't want to catch them in a back alley type of brothers on their team. Chris Beard's coaching his ass off. They beat the crap out of TJ Otzelberger and them. Like,
beat the crap out of them.
That was ugly. Like, damn, this is supposed to be the tournament. Like, Otzelberger has a good squad. I know they're missing one of their main players, but that was ugly. Like, there was no doubt Ole Miss was winning that game and moving on to the Sweet 16. So, yeah, a couple of roughnecks on them sidelines. Michigan State, Tom Izzo, Chris Beard, Ole Miss. I like all the chalk sometimes. Like, you could give me a Cinderella team every now and then. That's cool, but I hate when the Cinderellas go up against a tough Big Five national championship contender and they get blown out by 25 during this time. Like, that's never fun. But all these teams, there's not one G5 school that's advanced in the Sweet 16. They're all Power 5. Every single one. Big 10, SEC, Big 12, ACC. That's it. That's all we got here in the Sweet 16. So I think that's how it's going to be a lot of the time from now on with NIL. Like, these guys that play at the G5, they leave and they go play for a Power 5 school because Power 5 is spinning that scratch. That's just how it is now. College basketball, you're not going to see those George Masons and, what's that team, the Peacocks that went deep a couple of years ago. It's going to be rare. St. Peter's, yeah. It's going to be rare to see those teams from here on out with the way NIL's become such a big impact. So, yeah.
Well,
we count Big East as a Power 5, I guess. Joe, they count Big East. They have Villanova and who else won it in the Big East recently? I don't know.
UConn.
Yeah, UConn too. Like, Big East counts as a Power 5 conference. Just, it's not that same Big East when you had John Thompson and all them old Jim Calhoun. All them OGs.
What chance you give BYU to beat Alabama?
Big chance. Oh, Tater Tot grandson, Richie Saunders, he could hoop. And they got my man Igor, too, 6'9" point. I like his game a lot. Yeah. They're doing their thing. The Mormons. I like the way they play. They play fun. They play fast. Kevin Young's done a hell of a job. And again, no college basketball experience, really. Like, just throw them into the fire. First year at BYU, Pope got all his players that he wanted down there in Lexington. They're doing a good job. They made the Sweet 16, but did anybody ever think that those Mormons would be in the Sweet 16 first-year head coach that has zero college basketball experience as a head coach? Yeah. It could be done. So, again, want this Sean Miller thing to work out, but all I've heard about Royal Ivy is he don't got no experience. It can't be done. And here's a guy in his first year at BY freaking U. And by the way, he also is getting the #1 player in college basketball. I know they're throwing him an arm and a leg and some toes too with that $8.5 million that he's supposedly getting for 1 year because he's one and done. But that means something. Like, Kevin Young, yeah, he's doing a hell of a job down there in Provo. And it could be done. It's a big risk, but I hope that Sean Miller works out. Hope and pray that Sean Miller works out. But if he doesn't, and you got Royal Ivy just hanging out in the NBA doing his thing, all right. Again, CDC, I never knocked you before, bruh. Always gotten the right hire. You know what I'm saying? CDC, his hands were tied with the Rodney Terry situation. That was a tough situation. We get it. But you picked Sean Miller this time. I hope it works out. I hope it works out because I really like Royal Ivy. And I think he could be doing the same thing that Kevin Young's done at BYU, coming from the NBA and making an impact in year one, getting those Mormon, slow-ass white boys to play great basketball in the Sweet 16. That's an amazing job. Amazing job he's done.
Or a meth. Slow-ass white boys.
Oh, man. Do you see those dudes they got on BYU? Richie Saunders? Are we serious? This guy is a menace. This guy can ball. Like, his grandfather invented the tater tot, which is so dope. That's my favorite way to eat a fried potato.
Oh, yeah.
I like me some French fries, potato wedges. That's cool, but give me a good tater tot, and I'm sold.
I'm in.
Absolutely.
I'm in. All right, what chance do you give Arkansas to beat Texas Tech?
High chance, man. Yeah.
Arkansas is so long.
They are. And Thero's supposed to be back. Boogie Flan has been really good. He hasn't been efficient, but Boogie Flan gives them something extra coming off the bench. And I think with him watching, because they struggled when he was in the lineup. They went 0 for 5 in the SEC to start off. Boogie Flan ends up hurting his thumb. You thought he was out the whole season. Now John Calipari is bringing him off the bench. He's been really good at understanding what his teammates can do and picking his spots to be aggressive. Richardson, he's a solid player. I think Wagner's doing a good job. And, big man that came from Tennessee, Adu, he looks like he's worth all that money when he didn't earlier in the season. Like, he's an all SEC player for Rick Barnes. So you wondered why it wasn't working out early on for the Razorbacks. Now it is. Now he's figuring it out. And Coach Cal, he's figuring it out too with his guys and how to press the right buttons. Like, another terrific job from John Calipari. You got to give him his credit. You got to give him his flowers. All the crap that he went through at Kentucky when he was still having solid teams. It just wasn't Kentucky's standard, and it got dull. And there were too many guys going to the league, but not enough championships around. Like one championship in all those years that he had at Kentucky, for them, that ain't enough. It's not good enough. So he had to go. Went down a little bit to Fayetteville. Now he's got them in the Sweet 16. So, yeah, Tech, they're tough. They've had some tough games the first 2 rounds, but I can see this going either way.
Well, I am here for it. That's all I'm saying. I love it. Can't wait. I'll give a quick little note on Texas baseball. Last night, they got the 13-3 win over Sam Houston. It was a run rule, 7-inning win. And good God, the top of the order for Texas was phenomenal. Ethan Mendoza, 3 for 4 with another double. This dude's got.
That wasn't a triple? They only counted that as a double for Ethan Mendoza?
Yeah. They called it a double.
I think he got robbed there.
Maybe a little.
No, that's a triple, man. That was a triple. But
Max Ballou, 2 for 2, with 2 walks, an RBI, 2 runs scored. Jalen Flores, woo. He had the big home run. He was 2 for 3 with 4 RBI and a run scored. Rylan Galvan, he had a double. He was 2 for 4 with an RBI, 2 runs scored. The lineup was getting it done last night. Everybody was getting in. Jonah Williams got an at-bat. Jonah Williams. He struck out, but,
It's all right. First at bat of his career.
First at bat. Come on now. Yeah.
I'm still confused on the Winfield Farmer situation. Like that's I don't know if that will ever be taken care of. I think you're going to see those guys switching off all year long, and if it works out, cool. But that's the only thing right now. I mean, there are obviously some guys in the bullpen you're a little iffy on that isn't Dylan Volantis or Rugario Haas, and I even throw Jason Flores in there. But yeah, the whole Winfield Farmer, the fourth, like, did Easton Winfield have a hit yesterday?
Winfield, no.
Yeah, he's struggling.
He was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Then Farmer came in. Farmer went 0 for 1, so the left field position went 0 for 3. But
bitching from a yacht here.
Yep, bitching from a yacht.
Bitching from a yacht. But
Will Gasparino hit one over the street beyond left field? That's like 475.
Yeah.
That dude has so much power. It's ridiculous. When he connects, it's like watching Roy Hobbs from The Natural. Just, yeah.
Where's he batting right now in the lineup? Is it like he's batting 7th or?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, when you got Will Gasparino he was batting 8th.
Damn.
Yeah. You had Mendoza, Ballou, Flores, Galvan, A-Rod, Cole Chamberlain. After he checked in for Schussler. So sorry, Schussler. Then Easton Winfield was batting 7th. And Gasparino was batting 8th. And he was 2 for 3 with a home run that still hasn't landed. So
if I'm Will Gasparino, I'm letting coach know, hey, coach, man, I need more opportunities here. But you can bump me up, A-Rod, okay, cool. Kimball Schussler, up for grabs. Easton Winfield, like he batting before me? Is that a confidence thing? Like, I don't know. And again, I know Jim Schlossnagle, there has to be something to it. Like, I'm never going to knock Jim Schlossnagle on his decision making. So there has to be a reason. That's just interesting because you're right. Like, he got all of that one yesterday. So,
well, if you look at the numbers, I mean, you got Mendoza batting 400, Ballou batting 363, Flores batting 318, Galvan's batting 333. Remember, we talked about 6 games into the season, he's batting 176. Now he's batting 333. Adrian Rodriguez batting 333. Schussler's batting 293. Winfield's batting 206.
Woohoo, Mendoza, here we come.
And Gasparino's batting 256. So
okay.
He hasn't, he's got a lot of swings and misses. And
you're right, Steven. You're right. I hear you. I hear y'all.
Yeah. And that helps make the lineup tricky all the way through.
Yeah, leave him there.
Galvan was down there and he was raking. Now Schloss has got him up in the order. Galvan's batting cleanup.
Also, bitching from a yacht. We're getting thrown out a lot trying to steal these bases. We are. Are we not? Like, what's the percentage there?
Let me tell you.
Best.
Let me tell you. Let me see here. Yeah. Schlossnagel's philosophy is if they give you something like a walk, then be aggressive. Be aggressive. Really make them pay. And right now, Texas is 27 of 39, which is
come on, SMU degree.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Stay tuned. That's a 69% success rate. You'd like it to be over 70.
Yeah.
Let's see. The best base stealer on the team is Adrian Rodriguez. He's 8 of 8.
Okay, freshman.
Tommy Farmer, 4 of 7.
Nah.
Max Ballou, 3 of 6. Yeah, the 50% guys, maybe we hold off on maybe we hold off on trying to get those steals.
Yeah, not everyone's Ricky Henderson. Like, I'm just,
nobody is Ricky Henderson.
Yeah, but folks think they out there swiping bags and stuff like that. They got speed, got a good jump. You know what I'm saying? Can read the pitcher. There's a lot that goes into it. You know, just Adrian Rodriguez, keep swiping, baby. Max Ballou, Tommy Farmer the 4th. You know, let's be a little more strategic. Tommy Farmer ain't getting on base enough to be 4 for 7. You know what I mean? Like, again, love what he does in the outfield. I'm still replaying that big time diving catch that he had in Stark Vegas in my mind. Like, that might be low key player of the year. But yeah,
contrast that with the Derek Couriel misplay for LSU in left field that, you know, he tried to dive for it, got past him, got all the way to the fence and cost LSU 2 runs and really was kind of the breaking point of that game. It's a big deal, man.
Yeah.
That catch that you're referring to at Mississippi State was huge. They had dudes on base. That could have ignited a rally. It didn't. Yeah. I think Farmer's probably trying to, you know, impress Schloss with his base swiping, and it's not happening.
Yeah. I was telling you, Winfield, Farmer, he's trying to give someone the spot. He's trying. He's giving both of those guys opportunities. Neither of them want to just take it and run with it. They both show flashes, and then it's like, okay, Easton Winfield can't get on base, and Tommy Farmer has his ups and downs, and then he makes a good play, but he's 4 for 7 when it comes to swiping bags, and I'm just waiting for one of them to take that spot and run with it. Now, somebody asked about Casey Borba. Did he get injured? What happened there?
Let me check on that.
Yeah, because he seemed like he was reliable. Having Adrian Rodriguez play that DH spot, Casey Borba doing this thing at the hot corner, had some really good hits in the Mississippi State series. Don't really remember seeing him much in the LSU series, though. Maybe that was an injury issue. I don't know. Not going to assume, but yeah, I haven't seen much of Casey Borba lately. That's interesting with how good he was playing beforehand.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. Let's get a couple mentions in here. You know what I'm saying? Like McCall Custom Homes. You know, get the experts who are going to give you the details and get everything right. Custom Homes. Mike McCall has been doing it, family owned and operated business for decades in Austin, and, you know, bring him in. Let him have a look at what you're thinking about, and then he's going to bring his vision and probably make it even better than what you thought, and is going to do it at a reasonable price, and every detail is going to be taken care of. That's what it's all about. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out their work on social media at McCall Custom Homes. Bringing value to your home. That's what it's all about. And to my snorers out there, the Sleep Cycle Center, it's time to get in there. It's time to get in there because we need to know what's going on. It's snoring's not just annoying to those, to the person you're sleeping next to. It could be a sign of a greater health issue. Reggie White, the Pro Bowl defensive end, died from sleep apnea. You're not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping, and we need to know, how severe it is, because then you've got treatment options, and that's what it's all about. And mention that you heard about the Sleep Cycle Center from Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they're going to take $100 off your sleep study or weight loss program. So it is absolutely fantastic deal. You've got locations in Lakeway and in the Arboretum. SleepCycleCenter.com. And don't forget to mention Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, then it's time to call Audio Visual Consultations. Of course, our man Tom McKay makes everything fun. He's provided the 65-inch Samsung 4K big screen to the winner of our bracket challenge. But he's going to bring you the best price on big screens. And all you got to do is call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. It's so simple. You're busy. You got things going on. You don't need to be lugging TVs around town or punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. It's so simple. Big screens, surround sound. They'll do a full-blown media room for you. And they also do surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. They got you covered. Heck, they put the TVs in cover three, the ultimate spot to be hanging out during March Madness. The food is what brings you back every time, but the vibe is so great. I mean, it is the perfect place to hang out with your peeps and, enjoy brunch on the weekend. You got the Masters coming up. Make your brunch plans to just set up at cover three and take in the golf. But you got March Madness, you got everything going on, Texas baseball. Get over to cover three on Anderson, up in Round Rock off Old Settlers. And of course, cover two, 183 in Lake Creek. All right. We are a month away from the NFL draft, and the Russell Wilson to the Giants. Okay. I don't think that precludes the Giants from drafting a quarterback, but maybe you can wait. Maybe you go ahead and you take Abdul Carter, and then you take a quarterback second, third round. We're hearing lots of, buzz. That could be where Quinn Ewers, gets picked up. Could he be second round, third round? And then you develop him. We'll see. There's some buzz about the Cowboys maybe taking Quinn Ewers. You know what I'm saying? Of course, they don't ever take Longhorns. The Cowboys don't never take Longhorns.
Who's the last Longhorn they took? Because I guess we can't count Roy Williams since it was a trade.
No. I mean, did they did Swaim, was he drafted by the Titans? He was with the Cowboys for a minute. I can't remember if they drafted him in the 7th round.
Oh, DeMarvion Overshown.
Yeah, DeMarvion Overshown. Love Demo. Excited about Demo. Love watching Demo play. Guy sacrifices his body at all times.
Yeah.
He is a savage.
Great
So
getting
fast.
hurt, man. That's so sad.
I know.
Like him and Jonathan Brooks. Like, damn, y'all.
Yeah. Swaim, okay, CB, all over it as usual. Swaim was drafted by the Cowboys in 2015. So Swaim and DeMarvion Overshown, I'm trying to remember if there have been any others. For a while, it was Wayne McGarity in 1999. Like, Jera, what are you doing, man?
Hater.
Come on, man.
That's that Fayetteville in him, just hating.
Just hating. Remember when he drafted Felix Jones?
Yes.
The running back. And he had Marion the Barbarian. Marion Barber.
Marion
that
Barber was cold.
Dude.
That dude wouldn't go down.
He was like Earl. He wanted to fight you for every yard. You're going to get as much as you give in this clash. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
He was a goal line touchdown vulture.
He did pass away. Right when you said his name, I was like, is he still with us?
I know.
And CB clarified that thing.
Yeah, that was rough.
That is rough. Man.
Ugh.
I mean, Quinn Ewers to Dallas. There could be worse places to go. You know, for Quinn, obviously, he'd be going back home. You know, being around family. That's very important. Weird Dallas rumors came out today where our girl Jane Slater, she had to nix them real fast. But this whole Dak Prescott being traded to Cleveland, that's not a real thing. I think someone came out and said that's a thing, and then there was a trickle-down effect from there saying that, the Cowboys end up getting Shedeur Sanders, and then they're going to get rid of old Schottenheimer and bring in Deion Sanders a year later, and it's like, that's a lot. That's a lot. I don't know if the Cowboys are thinking that through very well, but nobody want that Dak Prescott contract. What are you talking about? Why what team would want that? For
the contract is going to cause Jera to lose his mind.
I mean, you didn't have to give it to him, Jera.
You didn't have to give it to him.
You didn't have to give it to him. You could have went a different route.
If you've been listening to Chip and Zay, we told you. Let him fly. There was no reason to sign him when he signed him, too. Like, everyone's like, he waited so long. He should have waited longer. Let someone else pay all that money. Yeah. Everyone's like, what if he increases his value by leading the team to a Super Bowl? Great.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Go get paid. It happens. It happens.
That Dak Prescott, he's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
Nice
guy.
Nice guy. Loyal. That Jerry Jones, loyal.
Yeah. That's great.
Loves his players, man.
You know who else is a nice guy? Dan Orlovsky. What'd he do in the league?
Why Dan?
Nothing.
Why is that some like Detroit PTSD that you're having there?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Wow.
Like if we're basing it on who's a nice guy, I mean, so's what's his nuts from
Dan didn't deserve that.
Yeah, he did.
What's his nuts? He does a good job. Does good.
Ran
work.
around on the baseline thinking he's got an open receiver. Who's the other Brian? Oh, hell. Who's the backup for the Patriots? Played at Michigan State. He's a nice guy, too. I mean, I need a killer. I need a killer. Like Vince Young was a killer. That's what I need. Jaden Daniels is a killer.
There we go.
He's showing signs of being a killer.
Yeah.
Now, was he at the Juju Watkins game?
Yeah, he was. His mama a killer too. His mama might be the biggest Peter Block in the history of life. His mom, she ain't letting no woman get by Jaden Daniels, not even Juju. She came and sat right back in between them and stuff. Just messy, man. Like let
the mom?
Yeah, the mom. The mom's been quoted saying how she won't let no woman get in between her and her son. And her example was terrible. She was like, there's some woman out there with her mama that has all these Jaden Daniel posters on their wall, and the mama is over there influencing the daughter saying, you gonna get that man. That's gonna be your husband. And Jaden Daniel's mama is like, not on my watch. It's like, yo, your son's a grown-ass man, 24 years old, I think. Like, let him live. Let him live. Now, part of me is like, she's right. All these gold-digging, scandalous broads out here that never seen a football game in their life, but know who a certain athlete is. You do have to watch them.
What does that say about her level of trust for Jaden's ability to make decisions? Like, I mean, he doesn't have a bunch of kids.
Right. Like, where Tyreek Hill's mama? That's whose mama needs to be around and in the picture. Because Tyreek Hill, he got about 12 of them little whippersnappers running around, 5, 6 different baby mamas.
Who was the Jets cornerback? Antonio Cromartie?
Yeah. But I think he just has the same baby mama, though. I think. Don't quote me.
He had 3 kids who were 3 years old.
Stop playing.
He did. That was the greatest moment in Hard Knocks history. They're like, how many kids you have? He's like, oh, I got this, and then little Antonio's 3. And
could it be triplets, though?
Antonia is 3, and little, Andrea's 3. It's like,
they couldn't be triplets. That's a thing. That's a thing. It could have been triplets, same baby mom.
No.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Get better, Juju. I hate seeing that for her. That was sad. Yeah. Tearing her ACL. Nah, I can't stand Gino Auriemma. I can't stand him. He makes me so mad. Like, you're so weak having beef with Pat Summitt. How weak are you? You're a grown-ass man. Pat Summitt, God rest her soul. Incredible. What are y'all having beef for? Like, why? Why was that ever a 30 for 30?
Because Summitt got Candace Parker.
Yeah. Was UConn next or something? Was that on Candace's list? I don't know. But I think Gino's so weak for having beef with Pat Summitt. Like, that's horrible. And yeah, he's considered the greatest women's college coach of all time and stuff. But no, I take Don Staley, Pat Summitt.
Wait, what's going on here?
Oh, well, for one, I know CB knows that you love you some Megan Good. But yeah, old Jonathan Majors, not the best guy. Let's just say that. Jonathan Majors in his past relationships, not the best dude. Not the best dude at all. Actually pretty toxic man that puts on a whole facade that he's a good guy. And I think him and Megan are engaged or something. So
come on, Megan.
Guys could change. People could change, but yeah, Megan Good. I'd like to say she could do better. Who knows?
Quad says, he blames Jaden Daniels' mom for Juju getting hurt. He said if she would have let Juju cook with Jaden, maybe she would have been a little bit more.
That's a take. I mean, if I'm Jaden Daniels' mama, I would want that to be a relationship.
Right.
Like a woman that has her own, is not going to rely on Jaden Daniels for every single thing, that, again, has her own life and is pretty successful.
Right. You got to be with someone who's got as much to lose as you do.
Yeah, like, exactly. So they'd be around each other a lot because the WNBA season doesn't interfere with the NFL season, like college basketball and stuff. Like, he's from LA anyway, Jaden Daniels. He's from Southern California, so he's always going home. She's also from Southern California. So, yeah. Now, I think the age...
My man, Per Se Hilton, putting love together.
The age gap is... He's 24, she 19. So, if I'm Jaden, I'd wait till she gets out of the teens just to,
Yeah,
it's not too crazy. There's worse. There's worse situations than that. Our boy Bill Belichick. Yeah.
48 years difference.
That's crazy. Going dirty dancing on the beach and stuff. Like, there's worse out there, but that'd be a pretty legit couple right there. Juju Watkins and Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
Who do you got winning the women's bracket?
South Carolina. Yeah. This is what Don does. I know. They're so freaking good.
Dude, I'm worried about Saturday at 2:30.
Hell yeah, worried about that. Like, and it looked horrible if Vic lost after not getting Aaliyah Chavez. That looked horrible. Like, I know
Vic said, I'm excited about taking this group to Birmingham. We've got enough, he said.
All right.
Which I love. I love that. He's confident in his team. He's manifesting. He's breathing life into this team. Defensively, they're really good.
Somebody's got to make a three, though, eventually. Like, dude, what happens if you're down by 3 and you need a 3?
Chakalenga Mwenentanda was making 3-point plays. Does that count?
Not at all. Not at all. But I like where your head's at. The positivity's there for you. I got to hit 1 eventually. I saw your boy Garrett Wilson in the stands on Monday. He was there for Shea Holly's last game at the Moody Center, trying to be dressed all black, discreet, like we ain't noticed here. We see you, Garrett, supporting your woman like you
can't hide from Per Se.
Supporting your woman like you should. Oh, he was right by the family. The family's brought him in. They don't care if he went to Lake Travis, those Westlake folks. Like, he's like Travis and Westlake can come together and be one. Beautiful couple right there. Garrett Wilson, you're doing the right thing. Garrett Wilson, you better be in Birmingham, though, bro. I need you in Birmingham. You got the supporting doesn't stop. Shea Holly most likely will not be in the WNBA. If she goes overseas, I think she could play over there for a little bit, but
Nick said he's trying to hire her.
Interesting.
He's worried because she's got her, MBA from McCombs and has never made a B, that she's going to go get some big finance job.
Oh, yeah.
And not spend hours upon hours in the gym coaching.
Yeah. That would make sense. I mean.
But he said, he's like, I'm trying to hire her.
That'd be a good get, but she might have to go support her man for the Jets, man. Because he's gonna be disgruntled. He got Justice Fields throwing it to him, so he's gonna have some bad days. He's gonna need some support. You know what I'm saying? I like Justin Fields and all, but them balls ain't always accurate. And Garrett Wilson, he gonna have a lot of balls go over his head, not in the right spot. There gonna be times where he open and Justin Fields just take off running. Like Garrett Wilson ain't gonna be the happiest guy in New York. He might be when he gets his money. He's looking for that Amon-Ra St. Brown paper. But I just go to Birmingham, Garrett. We'll worry about the rest later. Keep supporting your woman. You know what I'm saying? I don't need her taking care of any of the food. Like I said a couple of weeks ago, that's all on you, Garrett. Everything. You paying for it. You're getting it. If you want to make it, that's fine too. Hell, if you want to bring your chef down from New York to cook for everybody, dogs included, do that. We need Shea Holly at the right peace of mind to get this.
Garrett Wilson ain't making that kind of money yet.
What you mean? You can hire a chef. I'm not saying you hire Bobby Flay or Gordon Ramsay, but you can hire someone just got out of culinary school, up and coming, doing this thing. That's
a rising chef star.
Yeah, rising chef star. Like, you don't need a made man or woman yet. Just somebody that can make you some solid meals, make sure your weight's intact, make sure you're getting the right amount of carbs and stuff like that. Like, anything that could bring that 27% three-point shot back in the 30s, we'll take that. Steven's right. Oh, Chloe Kitts, Malaja Fluali, you're going to need some threes to beat them girls, man. Just a couple. I'm not saying go Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Golden State Warrior mode, but if I could get 4 threes, just 4, that's not asking for much at all. If I could get 4 threes from this Texas team from here on out, I have all the confidence in the world that they can win it all. But if you're not making any, 0, donut, nada, it's going to be tough to cut down them nets in Tampa. Real tough.
Yeah. Tennessee, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kim Carwell, the nanny, taking care of business. Who knows when the last time Kim's seen her baby? It ain't about that right now. That baby don't even know what's going on. It's about them Tennessee Volunteers, them Lady Vols. She probably see Pat Summitt in her dreams giving her pep talks and stuff. Like, getting her mind right. Tennessee team is terrifying. Like, they're one of the best 5 seeds that you're going to see. They beat the crap out of whoever that 4 seed was.
Ohio State in Columbus. Beat them by 15.
Like, what?
Beat them by.
They had girls on that Ohio State team crashing out. One girl, Kim Carwell, put out her hand at the end of the game for the handshaking lines. One of the girls from Ohio State went, Denzel Washington, get your hand off me. On Kim Carwell. Kim Carwell was looking around like, what the hell? Like, they were hurt. That Ohio State team, they didn't see that coming at all. Like, yeah, that's what Tennessee could do to you. Like, who knows what their season would be if Kim Carwell was there all year long? Like, she probably had to go to all types of doctor's appointments for the baby and stuff. Like, yeah. Now she's back, locked in, focus. It's on now. Texas, they better bring their A game.
She takes what Vic does and multiplies it. Because she subs 5 at a time and keeps pressing. Yeah. Vic is going to sub, but he needs Rory out there or Bree. I think they should play together more. Absolutely. We haven't really seen that enough, in my opinion. But he did it when he was playing LSU.
Yeah.
He put Bree at the point, and Rory was off, and Rory shot it better as the off guard. And both those two can defend. Be interesting. He keeps hinting that he's going to play Kyla and Taylor Jones together. He hinted at that.
Yeah, that's a South Carolina type of move. I think you could get away with it right now. But
yeah, there's no need against Illinois, a bunch of 6-footers.
You're going to need that. I like Kyle Oldacre and Taylor Jones together.
Yeah.
A little old school high-low action.
Kyle Oldacre has great hands. Like she gets steals. She's got a good number of steals. I mean, she's got good hands. She's a good player, and she's intimidating as bleep.
Oh, yeah. She don't smile very often.
She gives you that stare. It's like, oh, God, you know?
Yeah. Who was she about to fight? They were about to fight. So was that the South Carolina game? What game was that? She was about to fight someone. It was the LSU game.
Yeah.
LSU SEC tournament. Like they got her going, and she was about to snap. They had to hold her back and stuff. Like, nah, I wouldn't mess with Kyla Oldacre.
Yeah.
Tennessee doesn't have one player playing over 25 minutes or 26 minutes. Not one. They're always fresh.
Always.
I've seen Madison Booker play 40 minutes multiple times this year.
Well, they better not have someone who can guard like Bree Hall, or Texas is in for a long
Bree
way.
Hall, she's a decent defender. Their team as a whole are great defenders. Bree Hall was talking crazy after the SEC championship game, because I guess Madison Booker was talking her stuff when those Lady Gamecocks were at the Mood when Texas ended up getting that win on that Sunday afternoon. And Madison Booker said, "You can't guard me." And of course, Bree Hall had something to say after that, after they won the SEC championship. And she was like, "A certain someone said I can't guard her. Guard who? Guard who?" And I was like, okay, Bree Hall, if you had to play one-on-one with Madison Booker up to 11, the score would be 11-1 or something like that. Let's not get it twisted. It's a team effort. Those other 4 women that you play with, they're really good defenders too. Like Chloe Kitts is a good defender. Like Wally's a good defender. Johnson, Pow, Raven Johnson. Everyone's a good defender on South Carolina. So it allows Bree Hall to just focus on Madison Booker, because she could go all out and doesn't have to worry about help or anything else due to the lack of three-point shooting that Texas provides. That's why it's so important from here on out to get some threes up, to make some threes so Madison Booker could get a little more freedom. But if Texas is going to shoot that poorly from outside the arc, and then allow someone like Bree Hall, who is feeling herself, to lock in on Madison Booker and hold her to a bad shooting game like she did in the SEC championship.
Yeah. And in South Carolina.
Yeah, it was a home game. Like, be serious?
Right. Right.
Come on.
Yeah, man. All right. Let's get to the chip shop. Before we do that, though, how about some seafood? The best seafood in Austin is at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, right there at Zilker, Mopac, and Rolling Wood. If you're going north on Mopac at rush hour, get off at Rolling Wood and stop in to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking for happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30 every day, 3:30 to close on Mondays, and just sample the appetizer menu. I know I sell that appetizer menu, but I love it. It's got the mussels. It's got the crab cake. It's got the grilled oysters. It's got the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. And during happy hour, you're getting $5 off all of those. So get into Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, date night, great date night, and enjoy the best seafood in Austin. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All right, Zay. For the chip shot today, I am excited about the big fellas in spring football, especially on the offensive line, because you just lost 4 starters from the offensive line. It's a reason for concern. But here's where Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood have done a masterful job. they have retained those big fellas. And that's why you have an Andre Kojo, who's battling, with Brandon Baker to be the right tackle. It's why you've got Neto Umazulu, who has waited patiently for his turn, leading the way at left guard. And Cole Hudson, same thing. Started every game as a freshman. In 2022. And then, was subbing in last year. Now he's a senior. They have kept the players they've wanted to keep from entering the transfer portal, and it's going to pay off huge this season. And then you're hearing stuff about Nick Brooks, 6'7", 353. Freshman. Already getting some run with the second team at left tackle. Like, that tells you, okay, this dude is a physical freak. And if he's getting run with the second team, it means he's got good feet. If you got a guy 6'7", 353 with good feet, that dude's an NFL draft pick just waiting to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I like what they're doing up front offensively. And I think they're going to be okay. I mean, I know you got to prove it. You're going to get to prove it against Ohio State. And that's going to be the measuring stick. You've got an athletic quarterback. So if things are breaking down, maybe Arch can get on his bike and make some plays happen. You know what I'm saying? But you got to have that. You got to be good in the trenches. Look at Ohio State last year. I mean, their offensive line, their defensive line proved to be the difference. Jack Sawyer getting around Cam Williams. Of course, if Texas would have scored from 1st and goal from the 1,
why you gotta bring up old stuff?
We wouldn't be talking about 3rd and goal from the 8. But you got to have it. You got to have those dudes. And what I heard from Cam Williams yesterday, he said, Andre Kojo, you got size. With Brandon Baker, you got smarts and feet. So I like both of those. I like having both because right now, if we're being honest, Andre Kojo is probably the backup at both left and right guard. Or right tackle. Sorry, left and right tackle. Until we see what Nick Brooks does when the pads are on. Could he be special like Calvin Banks? I don't know. But I like what's going on there. I like it. And I think they're going to be okay up front, protecting Arch.
Okay. And
that defensive line, I got to see my man Travis Shaw drop a few biscuits. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he's spending too much time at Red Lobster eating those
cheddar biscuits.
Cheddar biscuits. You know what I mean? Needs to drop some of those, but let's get to the right call.
Yeah, man, just going at my man Travis Shaw. Like, you might like his weight. They might like his weight.
Okay.
You don't know.
I'll find out.
All right. There we go. Do that homework that you're so known to be doing all the time. Appreciate that. But for the right call, though, got to get to these amazing sponsors. If you are looking for a full service wholesale and retail plant, nursery, and landscape supplier here in the beautiful city of Austin, Texas, Leaf Landscape Supply, they are your team when it comes to large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job. Trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants. They're your one-stop shop for everything you need. Some of y'all got a pretty bland decoration set up on the patio or even in the kitchen, the living room. Leaf Landscape Supply can help with all of that. So go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com to see everything that they have to offer. And remember, when you go in, mention your guys at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Mention your boy Zay Collier saying that Zay put me on to you guys. You get 10% off right then and there. You can't beat that. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. And if you're trying to be like my wife and I and drive around the city in a beautiful new vehicle, Covert Bee Cave are the ones to go to. Family owned and operated, new pre-owned vehicles. It doesn't matter. The outstanding service and customer satisfaction will always be there. And they're located at the beautiful Hill Country, 42 acres in Bee Cave. 7 terrific brands to choose from: GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, and Buick. We love our Buick Encore. It's absolutely amazing. Well, I guess it's my wife's Buick Encore, but either way, I drive it too. You know what I'm saying? I'm still paying them bills too. So let's just keep it a buck there. But Covert Bee Cave is the place to go. Go to covertbeecave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep. Well, you know I like petty, man, and this is pretty damn petty. So Xavier fans, they're not too happy about the Sean Miller move at all.
That's a good sign.
That's a good sign. That's a really good sign. If they were happy about it, that means they wanted to get rid of him. They are salty because he's gone. You remember when LeBron went to Miami and left Cleveland? He was basically the devil to those Cavalier fans. So Sean Miller, he's getting that same type of vibe. But Xavier fans, they're so petty that a lot of them have changed their Twitter username, something that has to do with Coach Miller, to where Sean Miller's had to change his because they don't exist. And he goes by at Coach Miller __. So he's double underscoring it because all the names that he could have used don't exist. Someone had a UT Coach Sean Miller, gone. Someone had just at Sean Miller, gone. So Xavier fans, they are pissed. They feel like he completely screwed them over. One Xavier fan that I saw on Twitter went off to say, yo, this team, this school gave you a second chance when nobody was after you, and this is how you do them? Talking about Sean Miller's NCAA violations back in Arizona. But they're mad, though, Chip. I didn't think they'd be this mad. Like, again, it's Xavier. Like, they just got Patino's son. So he's down there in Cincinnati, leaving New Mexico. Obviously, I don't think that pushes the needle for them in any way. I think it will be cool to see father and son coach against each other since both of those teams are in the Big East, St. John's and Xavier. But, yeah, man, this Sean Miller situation has Xavier fans salty. I saw another Xavier fan say that Xavier basketball is way better than Texas basketball any day of the week. Like, let's slow our roll here. Like, that's a wild thing to say. But when you're hurt, when you have your heart broken, you say outlandish things sometimes. It happens. But, yeah, I did not expect Xavier fans to be this salty, yet here we are.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's a good sign. That's a good thing. Look at the Aggies. Their heads exploded when Schlossnagel came over. I mean, now you got Sean Miller. Dude's been to 8 Sweet 16s. I think my man Eric Henry wrote. He's been to 8, and I think Texas as a program has been to 12 in its entire history.
Good grief.
Sean Miller's been to 8, so let's get it on. Let's get it on.
That is awful. That's a horrible stat. Just 12? That's it? Are we serious? Like, come on, man. Like, Tom Enders had better teams than that, did he not? Rick Barnes had better teams than that. Shaka didn't help nobody. Shaka didn't win a game in the tournament.
Shaka did not win a game. That was a tough 6 years, Zay. That was a tough 6 years.
Yeah. You should have had hair here.
Shaka's a nice guy. Shaka's a nice guy.
Sweet man. Very sweet man. Yeah.
Yeah.
They love him in Milwaukee. You know,
Yeah.
even though this Marquette team did underachieve, you have one of the best players in the nation in Cam Jones, and you can't make it out the first round. That's brutal. So, yeah, I don't know. Them VCU days, long gone. Like, he might have to go hang out with Billy Donovan or something some more to get that mojo back. But,
yeah, and according to Eric's story, in the 84 years the NCAA tournament has existed, the Longhorns have made 12 Sweet 16s.
God, that's awful.
Sean Miller has been to 8 Sweet 16s in his 20-year coaching career.
Yeah.
So, that's,
no, I like some of those Arizona teams that he had.
Oh, he talked about that 5-second call. That 09 team?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy. That was the one that got away. That team was so talented. Oh, you had Corey Joseph, Tristan Thompson, Jordan Hamilton. Oh, man. And they had that game won.
Mm-hmm.
They froze at the end. And, yeah. But, hey, no need to bring up those tough memories, but Sean Miller's team was ready to take advantage, and they did.
Yeah. All right, Chip, got 3 minutes to go. Another story that's popped up. So last year, before he became the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, JJ Redick was doing a podcast with LeBron, which makes a lot of sense to why he's coaching the Lakers now. But for those guys have a really good relationship. The podcast was really cool. Like, they broke down the game in a way that a lot of guys can't break it down. The X's and O's and just different, just different styles of play that LeBron and JJ and how they see the game. They put it on the podcast, and it was great work. Can no longer do that because they'll be giving hints away and stuff because JJ has to coach. But LeBron is bringing the podcast back, but with a new guest. 2-time MVP Steve Nash. So it's going to be Bron, Nash, doing the same type of podcast that Bron did with JJ. Looks pretty good. Like, Spurs fans, I know y'all probably could care less about Steve Nash. I love Steve Nash. And Spurs fans, I don't give a damn what you say. I see Patrick Davis in the waiting room. I don't give a damn what you say. If Big Shot Bob wasn't freaking dirty and didn't knock Nash in the freaking stands, Phoenix Suns would have a championship and the Spurs would only have 4. That was such a bogus play. David Stern, hope you're rolling over in your grave right now. You're one of the greatest commissioners of all of pro sports history, but you suspending Boris Diaw and Amari Stoudemire was ridiculous. It's the playoffs. We're not suspending guys for trying to be there for their 2-time MVP Hall of Fame point guard when he gets cheap shotted in the stands.
He got checked into the boards.
Yeah, like, this ain't hockey. Of course, Big Shot Bob could miss a game. He's only good in the last 5 minutes. The first 42 minutes, we don't care about Robert Horry, but when he comes in for the last 6 minutes, okay, we'll pay attention to him. He's one of the most clutch players to ever touch a basketball. But, man, I'll never forget that. Nash deserves a ring. Mike D'Antoni deserves a ring. And if it wasn't for that moment, David Stern, that was probably the worst move of his career ever, to suspend those guys. Like, there has to be some logical thinking here. Oh, it's Steve Nash. Of course they stand up. That was a stupid call anyway. Everybody was so scared of the Ron Artest, Steven Jackson, Malice at the Palace moment that David Stern went above and beyond to not have that ever happen again. He made those horrible rules. Bad move, bad moment. Can't take it back now. But yeah, Steve Nash, LeBron podcast, gotta check it out. And I think it's fitting now to bring in the open gym guys, Patrick Davis and my man Matt.
I mean, I can solve this whole Steve Nash thing. If he doesn't flop, none of this happens. He flopped.
God.
He flopped. He jumped off of his feet into the bench. He jumped into the side. Robert Horry didn't check him that hard. I've watched that play 100 times. He checked him. It was hard. It was a hard foul. He would have gone to the side. He would have got up and run back down. Series would have been fine. Everything, but he had to flop, and he got some repercussions for flopping.
I'll say that Steve Nash would have had a title if he would have stayed in Dallas and Mark Cuban hadn't traded him, but maybe that's just me.
I think so too. That's a good point, Matt. As far as what Patrick's saying, come on, Patrick. Steve Nash is like 6'3", $175 back then.
Yeah. And Robert Horry did not hip check him off of both of his feet. He literally left both
He's
of his
no
feet.
Brock Cunningham, baby.
No, I mean, and look, everyone flops like that in basketball. It happens, but he flopped into the bench. He flopped into the table.
He already had like the bloody nose, broken nose and stuff.
And he couldn't, because that happened in a different game where he couldn't get it going enough. Yeah, I loved everybody. Let's play more physical basketball. There's too much flopping and not enough physicality in basketball. Then it happens like Spurs shouldn't be allowed to play basketball anymore. Come on, man. You play physical. The little Canadian couldn't handle it.
Little Canadian.
Little Canuck.
He wanted to go back to playing soccer where you just fall over and pretend to be hurt for 15 minutes. And then he didn't realize the foreign guys didn't know what was happening, so they got up.
Spoken like a true San Antonio Spurs fan. I respect it. Appreciate
y'all, fellas. We'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, get me all riled up to start the show. Welcome into Open Gym. Zay and I have had this argument 100 times.
Can tell.
Run into studios before to stop him from saying these lies about my team, the Spurs. Welcome in. My name is Patrick Davis. Alongside me, as always, Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. On the show today. Yes, CB, go Spurs, go. Exactly. Get a little loving for my Spurs. We'll talk a little Spurs a little later as we get into it, and we're getting now to the end of the season. Most teams are in that about 10 games to go, 9 to 10, 11 games to go left in the season. So we're getting a little bit closer to playoff time, so we'll get into that a little bit. I also, great story out of Oklahoma State. Mike Gundy just continuing to give articles and things to talk about, even when you're not in the Big 12. We'll also talk a little bit more about Texas Pro Day as we got a little bit more official times that we didn't have and official results that we didn't have yesterday. So we can talk about that. Whole bunch of good stuff coming up on the show today, as well as whatever you guys want to talk about. You guys are the third host here on Open Gym, in the chat, on the text line, whatever you guys want to get into as we get into another day. I did want to ask you this, Matt, because I was having this conversation today and I was thinking about this today, that I had a friend who went to a chili cook-off over the weekend. He was talking about the chili. We were talking today. He was talking about the chili and everything and all this good stuff. And I realized that was a thing that I don't know if I could remarkably judge at all. I just don't know if I have any amount of like culinary expertise to the fact that I just don't know anything about when someone go, well, that's better. I'll eat Hill Country Fare right along with the nicest restaurant and be like, they're the same to me. They're both good. They're both good. I don't mind either one. So I don't necessarily know if it'd be a good judge. I've judged a barbecue cook-off before. It was a lot of fun because we drank beer and ate free barbecue. So I was a fan of it. Probably not a great judge, but a fan of it. But if you had to judge something, if you got to pick something that you would actually be quality at judging, I was trying to think of what I could judge and actually be quality at it, because I don't think it's any food.
Well, I think I could do a couple of different foods. I could probably do like, Mexican food cook-off in some sort of fashion, whether it's enchiladas or tacos or whatever. I think I'd be a pretty good judge there. I would also say, barbecue I could do really well. I'm a big barbecue guy. I'm all the best spots around Texas. But for me, for just my expertise, sitting right here behind me, all this bourbon. You see that? I'm
you can do the bourbon.
I can do the bourbon all day, man. Give me a blind taste test. I'll tell you which one's best.
And that's like, I drink beer. I don't, there'll be people like, this beer is great, and it's not for me. You're like, it's okay, but I like to drink. Like, I like to continually drink beer. So, like, even with bourbons, I'm like, this is fine, but I can't drink 8 glasses of this, and I want to have 8 glasses. So I'm going to be drinking for the next 10 hours.
I could
And
drink
like,
8 glasses of bourbon. It wouldn't be pretty, but I could do it.
But that's the thing. I could, but it would not be an enjoyable day of just sitting around, because by like glass 6, it would be kind of bad. So, yeah. And by the way, Chad, if you want to throw it in and be less vile than Rodney, come on, Rodney. We can't.
I've got another one too. I could do a margarita contest.
Okay. Yeah. I don't even know.
Margarita at me, and I'll judge it for sure.
Yeah. I'm aware of, I'm just not. I'm not good enough at anything of taste. I don't know if my taste buds, I think I was just, at a certain point as a fat guy, I was just like, it's all delicious. I'll just eat it all. So sometimes if someone were like, here's sour cream on it, or mayonnaise or something else I don't like, then I'd be like, that's done. A queso maybe. That's maybe the one food I could do. I'm a queso connoisseur. So I'll go into that.
I think the thing with barbecue is probably like the moistness, the juiciness, that kind of a thing. It's falling off the bone, those kinds of deals. The seasoning, like my favorite barbecues don't bring sauce anywhere near me. I want to be able to eat without sauce. If I can eat without sauce, then I know it's good.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that.
But it's all super subjective. So, everybody's taste buds are different.
No, and that's what I'm saying is mine. But yeah, the chili cook-off was like, because I've eaten just garbage chili plenty and enjoy it just fine. And then you eat really good chili, and you're like, it's not objectively that much better than garbage chili, in my opinion. It's like it's better, but it's not objectively where I would go, this is a $50 chili and this is a $2 chili. I'd be like, they're all $4 chilies. They're just all this one range.
We had a chili cook-off when I was in 7th grade, and I remember I entered my mom's chili into it, and some other kid's chili won. I don't know. I didn't try it. But I still to this day, 20 or 30 something odd years later, I don't know how old I was in 7th grade, but however long ago that was, I still demand a recount. I want to get the voters back out there. It's BS.
Oh man, that is a weird part about growing up, when you have something that your parents have just made, your mom or your dad has just always made you, or you just always had at the house, and then you have somebody else's version of it, and those kids are like, this is the best, and you were like, no, every sensory part of my body is telling me this is wrong, and I will not accept it. I'm not even going to judge it. I'm just going to tell you it's wrong. It's a weird part about growing up, especially when you get older and you're like, oh, I haven't had that thing in 15 years. And you try and you're like, nope, sorry. No, my mom made it different. So we're good here. We're not going to have that.
I'll fight anybody over my mom's cooking. My mom's the best cook I know. So
there you go. I like it. I like
this. Hers are all the best.
Yeah, I like my mom's cooking. I don't know if I could say she's the best cook, but I love my mom's cooking. So I'm not going to judge it against anything else. I want to get into some Texas Pro Day numbers with you there, Matt, as we got into it yesterday, right after the broadcast, which the broadcast was, I wasn't expecting a ton out of it, but I was still somewhat expecting, maybe more than sending one guy down there, maybe have a second person off mic that could be like, oh, I have a stopwatch. And so I'll just time it, and then I'll just text the numbers to everybody, and then we'll have an unofficial number. And like that one extra person probably would have helped out a lot to just like text the number, just constantly have a text thread that everyone's on, and then everybody knows what the numbers are pretty quickly. I would have done that. Call me crazy. But that's what I would have gone with. But we did officially get some numbers that came out today. A ton of scouts and coaches were out there yesterday. But let's go through some of these numbers we got at the 40-yard dash. We did see Jaden Blue got into the 4.2s, so Texas does have 2 guys in the 4.2s now with him and Matthew Golden. And Matthew Golden, I'm sure, is a little upset that he feels like his time got beat by Jaden Blue. He might want an official count on those, because I believe none of these are technically official. They're all just by people's different clocking. But Jaden Blue, they measured him in a 4.28 on his first and a 4.25 on his second. That is fast. 4.25 is extremely, extremely fast. So Jaden Blue probably moving up a little bit with at least the scouts who had him at that 4.2 number. Maybe going up a little bit of probably still not a top back in anybody's boards, But when you say a change of pace and that boutique back that a lot of guys like to have on their roster, somebody you can put out for a screenplay, and, you know, Texas loves to run those screens, and you just go, if we get him an open field, he can go. Now, we know the fumble problems are still going to be a part of it, so they're going to have to – I feel like anybody who meets with him or anybody gets him in training camp, they're just going to be like, are you going to cost us a game? When we put you in for 2 plays, are you going to cost us something? But, I mean, it also goes into, can we use him on kick and punt returns? You know, a guy who can run a 4-2 at a running back position, maybe he'd be really good at those kick and punt returns. But a 4-2 number for Jaden Blue is huge.
Yeah, and you know, before this, he was probably a 6th round, 7th round pick at best.
Yeah,
I think with a 4-2, there's so many teams who just want speed in any way they can get it, whether it's on special teams or in kick and punt return, or if it's as a change of pace, 3rd down back, whatever it might be. That's going to be really big for his draft stock. He's going to shoot up the boards, not into the 1st or 2nd, 3rd, or maybe even the 3rd round or anything like that. But a good example of this is Devon Achane. Devon Achane or Devon Achane. I don't know. He's changed the pronunciation of his name like 6 times since he's graduated from A&M. But he's a great example of this. He was not a high draft pick for the Dolphins, but he came right in, and with his speed, he was able to go, and he's now he's their top back now. So, I mean, I'm not saying Jaden Blue is going to go in and do the same thing that he did, but he has a chance to really catch on with the team, make an impact early, be a second back to a Derrick Henry or Najee Harris, or one of these power backs where they really want to have that thunder lightning combo, and he can come in and do some good things. I mean, we saw what he could do against Clemson and what he can do with the big play. He's a good receiver out of the backfield. I still go back to that catch he had against Washington in the college football playoff, where he's laying out, off his back foot and all that stuff. So it's great for him. It speaks to how fast he is, even when he's injured too, because he had that injury during the combine and he was still, the 4.3s or whatever it was. So this is really big for him, and I'm happy for him.
Yeah, because that was the point where he said he thought it was a groin sprain, so he was just going to run anyway. And then afterwards, they did an MRI and found out it was actual tear. So the recovery time was a little bit longer than he thought it would be. But yeah, running a 4.2 there. Isaiah Bond improves to a 4.34. What he kind of need to get, he didn't need to get in the 4.2s. If he did, it would have helped him out a lot more. But he needed to get into the mid to low 4.3s. For some of these teams to really look at him as what they thought he was. Because I think when you look at him from what he was at Alabama to what he was at Texas, and I heard some people talking the other day about whether or not he should have even come to Texas, because, it kind of hurt his draft stock that you're like, if he didn't get hurt though, I think a lot of that changes.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think if he doesn't end up getting hurt last year, and kind of the second half of the season, he's not the same guy, he misses some games. If he doesn't have that injury, which he could have had at Alabama too, then it changes a ton for him, and his draft stock probably goes up a little bit. But because of all that, you want to see he can still run. You want to see him be able to show what he can do on the field. And I think that gives it a little bit more of, this is who we thought he was. So when you say he trailed off last season, wasn't as good as his progression isn't there. And then the second half of last season, even with the injuries, we can say he didn't progress the way we wanted there. And now he's slower than we thought. It's leading a path the wrong direction. And so I think this kind of puts it where that's now it's not across the board anymore. You can't say he's gone, where he's not progressed the way we want him to. Say he got hurt, and now that he's getting healthier, he's running a faster time, he's doing more. Okay, he's back onto where we thought he was, and we can project him like that, versus maybe taking a little bit off of him.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the injury for him either. It was kind of a snowball effect because of the injury, right? I mean, he gets hurt, and Matthew Golden really takes over in the second half of the season and becomes the number 1 guy. Before the injury and before Golden really took off in the second half, he was still the go-to guy. He still made a heck of a lot of plays. He can do everything. He can do everything. He's not just a speed guy. He can run routes. He can catch, he has amazing, ability to catch the ball in traffic and do all these different things. We saw what he did against Auburn at Alabama when he had that overtime winning touchdown. I mean, he can do it all. It's just a matter of, he just had some bad breaks. And especially, during the SEC championship and the college football playoff and all those things. He just wasn't the same player because of that injury. So he's gonna be fine. This is what we, maybe not what we expected him to run in the 40, but it's a heck of a lot closer than almost a 4.4, right? So he's gonna do great things in the NFL. I think he's gonna be probably a second round pick. He's gonna get to go somewhere where he's gonna have a chance to be a number 2, number 3 guy early and develop from there. And regardless of what anybody says, Texas has, under Steve Sarkisian, proved they know how to develop wide receivers. And whether, even if it's just for a year, I mean, look at Adonai Mitchell. He's a prime example of that. So he'll be just fine. It was a great day for him as well. He made some great plays when Quinn was back there throwing the ball. Some real difficult catches, some beautiful route running there. So he'll be just fine.
Yeah, we also saw Silas Bolden run a 4.38, which you want to see him a sub 4.4 for a guy who's going to be most likely a kick return, punt return specialist guy in the NFL. And if you turn great, like Kavontae Turpin's done that, they try to use him in the offense, but he came in as a specialist guy. That's kind of what Silas Bolden is going to end up being if he gets a chance in the NFL. And then Gavin Holmes, who again would probably be a special teams guy to start most places he goes, playing on the special teams coverage, just get shot, get your foot in the door. But he actually has some good numbers. He runs a 4.38 or a 4.4, so somewhere in there, but again, a really good number for Gavin Holmes on that one. And then he really shone out in the vertical jump, where he got a 39-inch vertical. So for Gavin Holmes, showing his abilities athletically, I think is a good sign for him to try and get on a team that puts him on special teams and then can see what he can do once you get him out there on a practice squad in a field. But a much better chance for him to maybe get that call for a practice squad now for Gavin Holmes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming in, he was even a fringe practice squad guy, right? Like he was the third guy, fourth guy at Texas. He came in some good spots and did some good things, but he never really put it all together the way that they hoped he would. But just being able to show off these athletic ability, I mean, teams are going to salivate over that. They're going to want these guys to be on their special teams unit. And this is good for him. I'd like to see him improve in some other areas, but this is a good start. Yeah.
And I mean, and then Jake Majors, 36.5-inch vertical. That would just surprise me. It wouldn't seem like it's wrong. For Jake Majors, big guys don't jump like that. So another good piece for, but any of those things you want to see guys getting, like Bill Norton got 22 inches. That's what you expect from a big guy. It's like, okay, he got off the ground, but he wasn't going up that high. You got normal ones. Jane Blues is a little undesirable. 29.5. You would have liked to see it get a little bit higher, but he's got the speed to match up with that. So, you take what he's got better at. Silas Bolden, Isaiah Bond, both at 34 inches is pretty decent for both of those guys. And then Mo Blackwell. We talk about Mo Blackwell because Mo Blackwell was able to go 37 inches on the vertical and do 23 reps on the bench press and look pretty impressive without a shirt on.
Yeah.
I think that looked like a man's man out there doing that. Mo Blackwell, again, a guy probably in that special teams area of where you might put him, practice squad guy maybe. But again, another guy to show off that physical ability that when you can put together the game film that's out there on them and all those pieces together, that training camp invite, the practice squad becomes a much more achievable goal when you see those numbers. Because it feels like, okay, we know that this guy is a special kind of athlete, and we know what he's done, and he played at a really good school. It's been developing players. He's played around great players before. He's been in big stages. So all those things kind of come together. But when you can show off that unique athletic ability, it helps.
Yeah, and there are players who have made a heck of a living being special team specialists, right? Like CJ Goodwin with the Cowboys. I mean, that's the whole reason he's on the roster. Is special teams. He's a gunner. He's on kick return. Kick coverage and punt coverage and those kinds of things. And teams desire that. A guy that they don't have to pay a lot of money to, who's a very impressive athlete, who can get down there and make plays. And listen, when that guy gets off the bus, and he's going into the stadium and he's going through his workouts. He's a guy you kind of look like oh, okay. I don't want to run into that guy on returning my kick. So yeah, I mean, I think the whole reason that he wasn't more of a factor defensively is just because, I mean, Texas has this guy named Anthony Hill who's pretty dang good. They had a guy named David Benda who's pretty dang good. Leon Glafau, pretty dang good. So he was in a very crowded room and he still figured out a way to make an impact. And, you know, if he even makes it out of the special teams game, teams can find a way to use him in certain packages, whether it's, you know, on passing downs, being a coverage linebacker or something like that. He's going to be able to find his way because he's one of those guys that's a real hard worker. And you know, we're going to keep our eyes on him for sure because I think he can go places.
Yeah, and that's the deal. So what you're really trying to do is catch the eye of somebody, get on a training camp invite, get to a practice, and just show what you can do. So even if they're bringing you in for special teams, you can then, now the door's open. You're at least there. You're not sending game film. You're not posting stuff on social media. You're not playing in the CFL or somewhere else hoping that you get that chance. It just opens a lot of doors for you to get that originally. And so when every scout is there, you want to be able to show off on a couple of things. So like for a Mo Blackwell to have a really good vertical and good on the reps, at least it's in the notes now. And a scout, when they're going through their notes, they have a couple things in there versus Mo Blackwell, linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's written, you know, that's kind of, you know, I think there's more and more to it of being able to get some stuff written down. Silas Bolden also does that by making the diving catch that we saw, and I watched that highlight a couple times. And it is, you know, it's a good throw and everything else. And Silas Bolden is just lays out for it, hits the ground. It's a very Silas Bolden catch, but you know, showing that kind of toughness and going out there, getting the oohs and the ahs from everybody, again, making them write your name down. Be like, this is a guy that we can use in these situations, and no one's going to know what he does. It's kind of like, you know, Sir Jabari Rice had the pump fake, and the rest of the game got it, but the pump fake got him onto the Austin Spurs because that's what everybody writes it down. Everybody who scouted the Longhorns a couple years ago wrote down Sir Jabari Rice, best pump fake. And so it was on he's written down, and so he's brought up in every conversation because of that. So Silas Bolden having a good 40 time and then making a catch like that, they're like, this guy makes spectacular catches. And then when they talk to the other coaches and the other players and everybody else, and they go, oh yeah, he does that every practice. Like he's always doing that. That's kind of it's his thing. I think that kind of gives him that little bit more of an edge when you're trying to find a place that will take a chance on you and take a flyer on you.
Yeah, and there's one play that he made, not in pro day, but during the season that really sticks out to me, and I think a lot of other people that's going to help him down the line. It's going to be one of those things that he can point to and say, "Hey, you know, this is the kinds of things that I do." That play that he made against Oklahoma, where he was behind the play and he just hustled his ass all the way down the field and recovered that fumble in the end zone. That's the kind of things that NFL teams like to see.
Yeah,
they want to see a guy who's going 100% every single play, chasing down the ball, blocking downfield, doing all the little dirty things that, you know, some of the more diva, you know, top level wide receivers might not do. So he's going to be able to point to that and say, hey, you know, I put my body on the line every day in practice, every game, every play. And it could help him out a lot, especially, you know, in these special teams situations where, you know, he's not going to be on coverage necessarily, but he showed a lot that he could be a heck of a kick returner and a punt returner as well. I mean, he almost he took one back for a score, but he, you know, there was a lot that should have probably gone for more as well, but just, you know, unfortunate bad Texas special teams penalties in those situations.
Yeah, penalties in that special teams unit last year was the weakest part of the team, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. It was just overall, I think they were trying to reset that room a little bit more. Because they had so many guys leave, and then those guys were part of the special teams, and so it just felt a little disjointed, which is why I think they brought in more help for that team this year to help them out a little bit better. And then, of course, the story of the day was Quinn Ewers, too, that he really looked good. I believe the official number they said was 50 of 59, which was 4 drops and 5 incompletions out of the 59 passes he threw. But 59 passes is a good amount of passes to throw, you know, and completing 50 of 59. You know, I know it's not in a game with defense, but I think anybody would take that metric. I'd be curious to see what Will Howard's ends up being. Just curious. But
Yeah, I mean, if you can go in there and let's say the drops, let's not count the drops as his incompletions, right?
yeah,
So let's say he's 54 or 59,
yeah,
because a couple of those drops were bingo
yeah.
right in the hands, right? So 54, 59 against air, when a couple of those incompletions were rolling out to your left, throwing off balance off your back foot, he had a heck of a day. He
Yeah.
really did. I think he really helped his draft stock.
And I think you want to see a guy that can go out there and throw the ball 59 times and just kind of break a light sweat, because in today's NFL, sometimes you're going to throw the ball a bunch. And, there's always a conversation of, are you going to throw the guy's arm off? Can he throw the ball downfield late if you make him throw 45, 50 passes in a game? And now I get there's a lot more going on in a game because you're running around, you're, the pressure of it, you're taking hits. But to be able to show I can throw 59 in like 20 minutes without a problem and just break a light sweat, not going to be huffing and puffing. I'll be in great shape to be able to do this. Those little pieces looked pretty good for him. He led we talked about it yesterday. He led the team. He had all the intangibles that you wanted to see in that. So I think that, I know it was set up a lot for this to be a success for him. Sark knows how to do that, and Sark knows what these guys are looking for. And so I think he really did help Quinn and help set up the scene to make it there. But to see what Quinn Ewers did, it makes you feel like let's just put it this way. I would really, really surprise me if he ends up in the 4th round. It would really, really surprise me at this point. He's not a 1st round quarterback. I don't think he would be early 2nd round. I think it'd be late 2nd round if he wins. But I think that 3rd round is really the sweet spot for Quinn Ewers right now. Everything he's done in the combine and here, where he's a 3rd round pick, but maybe he slides further because you start comparing him to other quarterbacks. A lot of those questions feel like there's not anybody who has anything better than what he's got on unanswered questions, because you can say, well, Will Howard, yes, he went and won a national title, but there's a lot of other question marks around what Will Howard does. So I get the intangible of winning is there, but that doesn't necessarily outweigh all the other pieces, or McCord, or a Milrow, or any of these other guys. So it depends on who you fall in love with, what system you want to run, all those pieces. But at the same time, I think he's done enough now to put himself in that 3rd round conversation.
Yeah, and if you just look back at his playing career at Texas, especially in 2023 and 2024, a lot of these big throws that he made that were super impressive were late in the game, when he's been tired, when he's been hit, when he's hurting, game on the line. That pass to Matthew Gold against Texas A&M, pass to Matthew Golden against Arizona State, everything he did against Georgia in the SEC championship, that pass against TCU in 2023. Like all those types of plays, teams can go back and look at that and say, hey, this guy's not 100%. He's hurting, he's tired, but he's still putting the ball right on the money when the game's on the line and they need a big throw. So, those are the kinds of things that these teams who maybe have him as a fringe 3rd round, late 2nd round quarterback are going to be like, all right, I'm going to bet on that. I'm going to bet on that right now, and I want that guy on my team.
No, I'm with you. And then there's the one quote I saw, and I'll let you get if you had anything else you saw. The one quote I did love was from Jahdae Barron afterwards, that Jahdae Barron had basically the quote of where he didn't wear the pro day gear that everybody else was wearing was because he wanted to wear burnt orange one more time, which I thought it's really it's a real good line from Jahdae Barron, because it just shows you who he is as a person. But yeah, that was as a Texas fan, you have to love that line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he bleeds burnt orange. He's a Texas guy. He's an Austin guy. So, it just speaks to the culture for Sark. He can that's the kind of guy that's going to come back a lot in the offseason and be around the team and do the things that Worthy and Mitchell did, and Jordan Whittington and all these guys working with players when he's back home in Austin in the offseason and doing those kinds of things. I was pretty impressed by what Michael Taft had to say about how he was going to go to the NFL. But, after they lost, he's like, I just want one more chance with these guys, and I want to go back out there and win a championship for this program. That was something that stood out to me as well. But outside of that, it was a great day all around for everybody in Austin.
It was. So very fun pro day for Texas. Now they move on to final draft prep and doing the top 30 meetings and all of that for Texas Longhorns until we get to the draft in April, which is going to be I mean, it's going to be a fun time for Texas fans. It'll be a little tough because we don't know who's going to be the one that slides. One of them probably will slide a little bit further, whether it be Matthew Golden in a wide receiver run. They take some other guys ahead of him, whether it be Jahdae Barron just because they don't take a lot of DBs early, or whether it be Kelvin Banks and everybody's on the money that he slides, even though me and you have been on the record that we don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. We'll have to wait until draft day to finally figure out which one will actually slide. But looking forward to all of that. We did also get the report that Texas does have a player that is no longer on the team, apparently. That report came out today that Freddie DeBose has apparently left the team. I don't know if he's going to be entering the portal. I would assume so. And they've just decided before spring training that would be the case. It's one of those things that is kind of one of the reasons why I don't pay a ton of attention to recruiting. Like, I keep up with it, and especially top prospects, you kind of keep up and you see what's around, but I don't pay a ton. Like, I don't fall too far into it because there's a lot of guys that you'll see come in like a Freddie DeBose, just like, unfortunately never really got there. So I'll wait. And if he wants to break through and get, to where he's starting to get the reports at training camp and everything else, you start to get into a little bit more and more. But yeah, he just, a 3-star guy. I'm sure he's a really good player, but Texas brings in, and you're bringing in 5-star wide receivers and 4-star wide receivers. And, you feel like this would probably be the best wide receiver room that you could break into, and you're still sitting near the end of the bench at that one. I could understand why you say it's time for me to move on from this. And, we don't know if there's anything off the field. Sometimes there's these, I know there was the reports about gambling within the program over the offseason, that they had a couple people. So you never know all of it, what happens, whether it be academic, off field, on field. But there's always going to be these cases where you just have a lot of guys and you have to get a lot of guys in at your positions. And sometimes some of it, just doesn't make the cut.
Yeah, I think for him, and I'm not going to speak for him necessarily, but just I've talked to him a couple times in the past when he was coming up through recruiting, and I think he's a good kid. I don't think there's anything there off the field or academically or anything like that. I think it's a simple case of attrition. So he was kind of behind coming in originally because he had some injury issues that he had to recover from. And he was, playing catch up from there. And then they bring in these 2 5-stars, Khalil Lockett and Jamie French. And then, Aaron Butler and Parker Livingstone are kind of ascending toward the top. So I think he just kind of looked at it, and he talked to Sark, and he was like, hey, I really like this team. I really like this program, but I'm going to try and go find a situation that's better for me. I would be surprised if he doesn't end up on another roster by the end of the spring when the transfer portal opens and he goes in and finds a new home. He's a talented guy. He's going to find somewhere to land on his feet, but it's, this is just college football, that there's a certain amount of scholarships, and these kids want to find, their way to playing time as early as they possibly can. And he probably wasn't going to get there this year. So he'll find somewhere to land on his feet, but it's a good sign in the sense that there's a lot of competition at the position, a lot of talented players, and he just wasn't, getting to that level quite yet.
No, I agree. You want to be able to have that in and out. And that could have also been part of the discussion. We're going to go try and bring in another wide receiver or 2 in the portal. So you're right now number 6. We like you. You're never going to play wide receiver at Texas, though, unless the injuries go crazy. Maybe if you want to move to special teams, maybe they discussed a position change. Maybe there's all those different things that could have been discussed beforehand, where he says, I'll just go try my luck somewhere else. I get it. And that happens in today's college football. You sometimes just run into a wall, and Texas and Sark recruits wide receivers. And so he was able to get him in, but not working out. So not a huge loss for Texas. This is not a name that came out. And we talked about that. We've talked plenty about the wide receiver room. This name does not come up a ton in it. So it's not a huge loss. You're sad to see anybody go, but hopefully in the grand scheme of things, he'll go on and have a better career in college where he'll get to play a little bit more and see what he can go and improve and achieve outside of Longhorns. But that was just a little nugget that came out as well over the last couple of days. I did want to bring up this about Mike Gundy. And Mike Gundy now. So Deion Sanders came out and Deion Sanders basically pitched the idea of, if we're going to go to more of this NFL style OTAs, off-season spring training stuff, I'm all for it. More and more people are doing that. Sark, that's what he said he's doing, is more of an NFL model for training. So if everybody's for this, everybody wants to see it happen, he says, well, for these teams that don't want spring games, what about if we have joint practices and then a joint spring game? How about we start these up like the NFL does, and it'll give us something where we can kind of work a little bit better, because the spring game for us too, we don't really like doing. It's just a glorified scrimmage. It doesn't do anything for us to play against ourselves like that, especially not in front of our fans. We just don't like it. I don't know anyone who plays in that game, or like anyone coaches that game, who really loves the fact that afterwards you have to hear about how you're great and you suck. You can't win a spring scrimmage. No matter what you do, you lose at every spring scrimmage, at least half of what you do. So I get, but let's bring in another team, and then maybe one of us can win it. And if we lose it, so be it. We need to get better, but it gives us a barometer before we get into the season. It lets us know how some of these players stack up against other teams. So Deion brought all that up, and then Syracuse came out and said that they would be open to being part of it. But now Mike Gundy, the man who said they left, we have no reason to keep Bedlam alive because those jerks left. It's their choice that they wanted. We're not good enough for them. They're leaving. Said, let's bring it back in the spring, guys. Hey, we realized our TV ratings are down. Our recruiting is down. Everything is down for us. And one of the big pieces is y'all aren't here anymore. So why don't we pretend that all the bad blood's gone in one season? And also, y'all aren't very good right now. So we're awesome with doing it with you right now as you're rebuilding. Why don't we bring back Bedlam? But we'll do it in a spring game. So we'll have some joint practices, and then we'll go on down to Norman, and we'll go down and play a spring game for y'all and scrimmage with y'all a spring game. And then next week, y'all come up to Stillwater, and then we'll do a game there, and we'll do a spring game there. So we'll help each other out, and we'll do 2 spring games. I've not heard Oklahoma's response. I'm assuming it's a big no, would be my guess.
Hard no, yeah.
Especially considering the fact that he wanted to do 2 spring games. He wanted to go for one in Norman and one in Stillwater, and not saying we'll just go back and forth. He did say, if you don't want to do 2, we can do 1 and then split the revenue and give it to NIL, because this also falls into him realizing how far behind on NIL he is. And I think he's trying to figure out ways to get it when he doesn't have big donors. And he was the same guy who spouted for years, don't give NIL, this is BS, and then has to go to those same people he told it was BS and go, by the way, I was wrong. It's not BS. Everyone's doing it. I need some money. So it's hilarious because it's very much Mike Gundy. I love that Mike Gundy and Deion Sanders somewhat agree on anything. That matchup, I just wanted to both be good one year because it would be so much fun to watch that matchup. And the Big 12 knew it because last year they scheduled that game at the end of the year. Like they scheduled Colorado versus Oklahoma State. They were like, this is fireworks. And then Oklahoma State absolutely sucked. So it didn't matter. But I love the concept. I love him going for it. But this is a 0% chance of happening, right?
Absolute 0% chance. This just screams, insecurity and little brother and all those kinds of things. It's like, when Texas left to go to the SEC, Texas Tech was like, oh, we don't want anything to do with it. We're going to be fine on our own kind of thing. And that it's only a matter of time before they come out and they want to do a non-conference game at some point in the season. A&M left to go to the SEC thinking, oh, we're going to go off on our own and do our own thing, and we're going to build our own brand and do all this kind of stuff. And then they were about the same in the SEC, and they were, they might not have said it publicly, but they were probably like, yeah, we kind of need this rivalry to get the eyes on us. And I think Mike Gundy's kind of feeling the same thing. Like without Oklahoma and without Bedlam, Oklahoma State is an irrelevant program. It's just the facts. They always were. And, even before Oklahoma left for the SEC, they're always kind of an irrelevant program. Yeah, they made a couple of Big 12 championships or whatever, but they're never going to do anything else. So it just kind of speaks to that for me. It's kind of the vibe I get. Like he's trying everything he can to get some eyes back on his program. And he's known for saying some wild things. I mean, remember, he's a man. He's 40.
I think he's
right?
50 now. I think that quote is at least 10 years old, but
yeah, it is. It is. So yeah, it's just, it's kind of a grasp for attention and, some headlines and trying to get your name in the news and maybe hopefully our big brother will come give us some shine again. We'll see. I don't think they will, but
the brother, they said, we don't want any party. You take your stuff and get out. It took like less than a year for them to come back and say, yeah, maybe we were on the wrong side of this. Does the SEC have any more room? Can we go over there and play again? Can we do anything to play again? But yeah, it is crazy how quick that went down with Mike Gundy. And he's also got the weird contract that he has a contract that auto renews every year.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say auto renews, it means he has a 5-year contract that renews to a 5-year contract every single year. So the day they before they fire him, they first have to then say, hey, let's cut off that auto renew. So and I'm surprised they haven't yet. If I was Oklahoma State, I would have been working on that. Let's drop this auto renew. If you turn it around and win games, we'll have to pay you more money. I don't think you're going to do it. So let's cut that auto renew and, we'll figure it out. I don't know what his buyout is considering all of those things, but I know that it is a consistently renewing 5-year contract for Mike Gundy, but it feels like at Oklahoma State, inevitably now in a new Big 12 where we saw some of the new teams start pushing people around. I don't know how much longer. I mean, he's one of those ingrained in coaches, but he may be a casualty of NIL in the transfer portal because he is just having a rough time of it right now for Texas, for Oklahoma State. And this is it. Just saw that one. And I was like, I would have, if Oklahoma would have said it, if Venables would have come out and said, you know what, we want to expand the olive branch and we think it would be good for us to do a game as we're rebuilding. And let's do this one-time thing that we make it work. That would at least, I could kind of get Oklahoma saying, we're bad right now. We need to play against other talent. So we know we're better than Oklahoma State. We'll go do something with them. And then we'll make plenty of money and everybody will be happy about it. But Mike Gundy doing it felt like there was a meeting behind closed doors that did not go well for him.
Well, yeah, I mean, he already got his contract reduced, right?
Yeah.
With the money per year because he had such a bad year and he was in that standoff with the negotiations and he ended up losing that battle and agreeing to a reduced deal. But I believe that it was previously reported that his buyout was over $25 million. So I don't think they're going to want to pay him that. So I think that this reduced contract is probably the first domino in them eventually getting rid of that sort of auto renew, fresh 5-year deal every year kind of a thing. Because the way things are going, the way things are trending with them right now, I don't think they can afford to keep him around forever. Even though he's been there for so long, and it's one of those deals where you assume that he's just going to be there until he retires. But it's starting to look like they're not so sure about that anymore.
No, it is feeling more and more like they are getting a little tired of it. And maybe the whole we're not going to be that type of program. It's not going to work. Now, if Ollie Gordon goes in the 3rd or 4th, if Ollie Gordon goes sooner, maybe that'll help him out a little bit and be like, look, we made Ollie Gordon. We still got an NFL guy, but yeah, if Ollie Gordon falls 6th, 7th round, that's going to be rough. Because that's where Texas fell into, where it's we're not getting anybody drafted. Nobody's getting drafted. They'll just wait on it. And everybody knows, don't touch those players. And if Oklahoma State, once you fall into that, it's real hard to recruit. Because now you're going up against in-state, Oklahoma's in the SEC, playing against great competition, probably paying more money. And then you're now you can't even say, well, we're the better football school, though. You could have said that if you had a good year this year, Oklahoma's been bad the last couple. You could have said we're the better football. We're still out there teaching football. We're still teaching player progression and all this. If they're not getting drafted, that's the whole point. So it'll be tough for him. Let's also hit this other news nugget real quick before we take a break about Devin Pryor. that is been reported that Devin Pryor is entering the transfer portal right now. I believe he has the do not contact tag on his as well. We talked about it yesterday, that he is not open for recruitment, but he will have a few schools that his agent will reach out to, and maybe some schools that he had talked to before in recruiting that were close with it. But that is the first notch in the Texas players that are not going to be returning. Would have loved to see Devin Pryor return. Not sure if it comes down to, he's a Rodney Terry guy. Not sure if it comes down to the NIL couldn't be promised to him. Not sure if it's, that he just wasn't part of the, the picture and he wasn't guaranteed playing time or whatever else it's going to be. The new Sean Miller, I would assume that it would be something more along the lines of NIL wasn't there. And Sean Miller probably told him, I'm not going to guarantee anything. If we find someone to better replace you, we'll replace you and you'll be back on the bench. I would assume that would be more of the conversation. Like, I'm just not going to guarantee you anything. And for Devin Pryor, who's spent 2 years kind of building up trust in a coach, that's a hard blow to go in your junior year and be like, all the trust is gone. Everything I've earned is now completely gone because I did it behind the scenes. And so you're only going to take me for what I saw in the game. I can understand why guys like that, you'd just be upset because, 2 years of great practicing and 2 years of, development kind of disappears overnight.
Yeah. I mean, you hate to see it for Devin Pryor because he's worked so hard to be a part of this program, but it's also just kind of a natural part of a coaching change. There's going to be guys that drop off and maybe he doesn't fit into the plans for Sean Miller or whatever the case may be. I'd be surprised if there wasn't another one here pretty soon. It's just what happens. But I think it's probably part of a bigger plan for Texas where they're like, okay, we really want to, we're hiring a new coach. We really want to turn this thing around quickly. We're going to bring in some guys that are going to start for us immediately. And you're not going to be one of those guys, like you said. So he'll figure it out. He'll land somewhere. I do think that it might have something to do with Rodney Terry as well. We saw it with when Chris Beard left. I can't recall the kid's name, but he left and went to Texas Tech. I remember what his name is.
I mean, he went to the NBA now, but
but so I mean it's just there's so much rollover and turnover in college basketball these days. It's and we Swain with Xavier left.
Already,
when Sean Miller left, and he's going to be in the portal now, probably, at least considering Texas, right? So, maybe wherever Rodney Terry lands, you see Devin Pryor's name pop up, but we'll see what happens.
Jalen Tyson, but pulled off that ad. I love it when I'm looking for something and then I figure it out before I get there. But Jalen Tyson was a kid. And I mean, we saw Rowan Brumbaugh was a kid also that was, a kid who spent a year on the bench for Chris Beard, and when Chris Beard left, he was like, that was my goodwill was gone. I was supposed to be the point guard, supposed to get point guard minutes next year, and that's now out the window. So I'm going to go ahead and go off to another school. And I came here for Chris Beard. I get that. That happens. So, it's inevitable. Yeah. I would say at least a couple more, because you do have some other guys that are behind it, like Malik Presley will be curious. Now, the good news is there's not scholarship limits that are going to keep a Malik Presley or James Vincent, who are Austin kids or San Marcos Austin kids, if they want to stay. Now, they may not get a position playing right away. They may have to go and try and earn it again, but you can get 15 rosters, 15 scholarships now. So it's not necessarily going to be an issue of we don't have enough scholarships to keep you on. It would be more, do you guys want to stay? Or if we're telling you nothing is guaranteed, and then really it comes down to like Nick Cody and Kendall Weaver, and then your freshman John Clark. Those are kind of the big names that you would worry about for Texas, of if you're going to be able to keep those guys. But behind that, there's just, I don't know who else. I mean, Jordan Pope is also the other name. I always forget Jordan Pope was a junior, but Jordan Pope is the other name that I'm surprised I haven't seen go in the portal yet.
I have a feeling he's probably one of those guys that I'd be surprised if he was back next year, just based on what happened last year and the new coaching staff and all those kinds of things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm surprised that I've not already seen it. But Jordan Pope is maybe he's just waiting and trying to figure out all his options. the portal's open for a while, so you don't have to get into it right away. I will say I saw Sean Miller on Paul Feinbaum today, and it does not feel like anything is imminent that we're going to see any of these top transfers that are in right now coming to Texas, because it feels like they're really trying to do a lot more due diligence and find the right guys and put together the right pitches and not kind of just jump into it and start calling. So it is a little bit more of a process that it's going to be, I believe he said 8 weeks, which I think is a little long for people, but we want to see a little results before then. But it does not feel like he's going to be rushing to go get anybody. We did see the kid, Sinan, who we talked about before, Josen Sinan from Arizona State, who's a freshman coming out that is a really good shooter and athletic. He has already gone to St. John's to go play for Rick Pitino. So that's one guy we already discussed and is already off the table. But I think some of these guys, Owen Freeman, I think is meeting with Auburn and stuff, so he's probably off the table as well. Probably go to a school where Michigan and Auburn and somebody who, people that are still in the tournament. So he might have an idea to go to one of those guys. But yeah, I think he understands that he has to put together a very cohesive pitch to get people to come to Texas, and he doesn't want to do it too soon.
Yeah, and we saw McNeely also. Texas isn't on his list either. He's looking at ACC schools like you kind of pointed out yesterday, which is probably going to be the case. So yeah, I mean, take your time. Don't take too long, because if you wait too long, then we might have a situation like last year.
And that's what I'm saying. And now, granted, a lot of this stuff was still happening later in the year, but it was the difference between JT Toppin and Arthur Kaluma. And I know it's not a crazy big difference, but it's a difference. And JT Toppin is a real big difference maker. And because you missed out on JT Toppin, then Arthur Kaluma was a very late transfer in. But that was kind of a last minute. If we don't get Arthur Kaluma, we really don't have a full roster. I don't know who we're like. Nick Cody was starting if you didn't have Arthur Kaluma. So you had to bring in somebody else there. But that was, as good of a player as he is, that was not a number one plan. That was, we're running out of things at this point. So we have to really throw a big bag at this guy to go make him come in. That's where you don't want to end up if you're Texas. You don't want to end up in that situation. But, I think they're not in a terrible place right now because you have a coach. Texas also pumping out as much as they can about him being a great coach and really trying to, flood the waters, chum the waters of the transfer portal. Agents call here. I think that's going to kind of be a big plan over the next couple of weeks in social media and everything else for these guys that have the do not contact and everything else. Contact us, though. We're not going to call it. We're respecting it, but you guys need to call us because we have some money to hand out. We have some openings, and we want to make a big splash. So I think you could see that a little bit more in the next couple of weeks of them trying to entice some of these do not contact names.
Yeah, I totally agree. It'll just be a matter of time. I like that they're taking a more rounded approach instead of just going after, okay, this guy's in the portal, let's go chase him down. Yeah. Let's go, let's get a cohesive plan together. Let's give him a vision instead of just I'll throw $1 million at you. Let me also, instead, let me also tell you, here's what you're going to do. Here's how you're going to fit into our system. Here's the culture we're going to have. Here's the system we're going to run. And this is how it fits your skill set. So I like that. But just like I said, don't take too long, because if you wait too long, then all those guys are going to be gone.
No, I would say by Monday, it should be there, because now you're talking about the Final Four. So all those teams who get knocked out are now full-fledged back into it because they've already been doing it kind of behind the scenes, but now they're really into it. So now you're talking about everyone in except for 4 teams who are really focused on, game planning for that. You really need to figure this out and be ready by Monday to be sending out pitches, if not sooner. Why don't we take a quick break? We'll come back. We want to get into a little NBA update. We have not talked NBA very much, but we'll do one before we get to the end of the season. We'll do a little NBA update and talk about some other weird stories that I saw. A great Dak Prescott rumor. Man, it's going to happen, Matt. I feel it. I have an insider source, Matt, telling me. So we'll get into that too here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar, happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3, dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, 4 to 6 weekdays. Taking it in for you. I just saw the Giants post a video of Russell Wilson giving a message to the fans. Why are you going to continue to let Russell Wilson do these cringy, awful, like, is it a joke now to you that if you're a team, you're like, let's go, and he goes, go Big Blue in it, and it's just always awful every time he talks into a camera? Why do you keep letting him do it?
I think that it was probably part of his deal where he was like, if I sign this deal, I want to come in and say something to the fans. This is who I am. This is what I'm going to do. It's always cringe.
I don't get it. It is. I don't like it. I will state. I was completely right about Stephon Diggs too. Nailed that one 10 minutes before he got signed by the Patriots.
NFL insider Patrick Davis.
3 years, 69 though. I would not have guessed that amount of money. I think 20 something of it's guaranteed. So I mean, a pretty good deal for Stephon Diggs. And I saw a lot of people today saying he was overpaid. I get why they overpaid him, because no one wants to go to New England to play wide receiver. I mean, no one wanted to go there when Tom Brady was there, because no one's ever wanted to go to play play wide receiver in New England. But I get he didn't have a ton of options. And if you're trying to rebuild that thought of, let me bring in some guys and we want to show that we're paying free agents a good amount, and we're going to take care of our players, and this is not the Bill Belichick era anymore. We've moved on, and now this is the Mike Vrabel era. And we're going to, things are going to be better. And for Mike Vrabel, he doesn't want this to be Tennessee, where he just never could get anybody to come to Tennessee. And he had much worse ownership in Tennessee as well. Robert Kraft's a much better owner than the Adams, because, again, the Adams they didn't want to have a football team. Their dad had one, so now they have one. They're trying to figure it out. But Robert Kraft wants to have one. So he and what they tell you at any massage parlor, Robert Kraft gets what he wants. But Robert Kraft. He's so bad. Just he got off pretty scot-free for all that. He just doesn't get in the Hall of Fame. That's the main thing, is he doesn't get in the Hall of Fame for a while. But Stephon Diggs going to the Patriots, it's a good fit for it. We talked about yesterday. You let him get in there. By the time his contract, he's probably all his guaranteed money is probably in the first couple of years. So that by that third year, if you are ready to move on, you will have some other guys in there. Maybe you drafted well. You go ahead and move on from Steph Diggs. I get you don't want to have him there long term. You want to be able to have a monitor on him, have some cameras around the locker room. So, if he starts spouting off at the mouth, maybe you can cut it off before then. But I think it was a solid pickup for the Patriots to bring in Steph Diggs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, getting a young quarterback like Drake May, a receiver with that kind of skill set, is only going to be good for him. I really like it for Stephon Diggs. And I like it for the Patriots too, because it's kind of a prove it deal. Like, yeah, it's 3 years, but like you said, only 20 something of it's guaranteed. So, he's gonna have to come in there and prove that he can stay on the field and that he can be, a good part of the locker room, a good part of the culture, and all those things. That might be an uphill battle, but he's a talented receiver. They needed a number one guy. He can come in and be that if he's healthy. So it's good for them. It's good for him. It's good for everybody.
All right, let's get into some NBA talk. I know it's your favorite topic, but maybe a little bit of the pain has subsided a little bit. It still hurts. The scars are there, but maybe a little bit that you can just talk NBA. We don't have to, no fandoms, just talking NBA. I am going to talk Texas teams though, because just give you a little update of where all the Texas teams sit with a couple games left in the season, where we can see what, you're kind of rooting for. We'll start with the Spurs. They're 31-40 right now. They're 5-5 in the last 10, which is not really what you wanted to see. This is a team that was supposed to be tanking. They've kind of screwed that up enough that they're in a place where they could only untank now. They can't really tank. The teams that have been tanking are tanking hard, and they are making a push. Right now, they have the 9th and 16th pick because Atlanta didn't fall down either. Atlanta had a couple injuries, and everybody thought they were going to start sliding down. The East is just not very good, and so they held position where they're going to be in the playoffs, or at least a play-in for Atlanta. So that pick's not going to be anything super great, at least not this season. They still got a couple more of them. But you look at this team, they've got now the rest of their schedule is pretty tough. So you figure they'll lose a few more games down the stretch, probably in their last, I think, so they got 11 games left. They'll probably win 3 or 4 of them. So maybe drop a little bit more down. They're only technically 3.5 back from the 9 and 10 seed. So they're not out of the playoff picture right now. They're still in the play-in picture. The problem is the Suns, the Kings, the Mavs, and the I can't remember the 4th team off the top of my head, are all in there ahead of the Spurs. So there's 4 teams ahead of them. Portland is a 4th team that's ahead of them. So all those teams are right ahead of them. That makes it a little bit harder to get in because you need multiple of those teams to basically completely fall out for you to get into one of those spots right there. I don't think they're necessarily trying for that. Wemby has been shut down for the season with a blood clot. By the way, we just saw Damian Lillard shut down for at least the time being with a blood clot in his leg. And then we get over to, they shut down De'Aaron Fox now too. Fun stat for you. 3 Spurs have played in 70 of their 71 games. Guess the 3 Spurs that have played in 70 of their 71 games.
I couldn't even tell you.
So I'll give you the hard one is Julius Champagnie. But the 2 veteran players they picked up, Chris Paul and Harrison Barnes, have played in 70 of the 71 games. No load management for Chris Paul and Harrison Barnes this season. Those guys are going out there and playing, which hats off. Chris Paul playing, he's like 40, 50 years old now. And that dude's still playing 70 games so far the year. He's got 11 games left. He could play 80 plus games in a season. It is ridiculous for what this team could do. But right now they're pretty much out of it. They're trying to get out of it. They want to get a draft pick, and then you just pray to the draft gods that the odds of the Spurs number 9 pick somehow falls in and you get Cooper Flagg, and everyone hates the Spurs forever. We did also get to see the fun part. Mamu, if you've ever seen Mamu play for the Spurs, he a week ago had a 34-point game in 19 minutes.
Wow. That's
34
pretty
points.
impressive.
He had 34 points and 9 rebounds in 19 minutes. He went 7 of 7 from 3 to beat the Knicks Like, this is a team that doesn't know how to tank correctly. You're putting in a guy who doesn't play big minutes, and then he just balls out of his mind. It goes 34 points in 19 minutes.
Honestly, I think I think what that is it's a sign that they're a very well-run franchise and they have a really good culture, because these guys don't want to go out there and lose. I've always been a real big fan of the way the Spurs run their franchise. I think it's a championship franchise from top to bottom, and it always will be as long as that ownership group and that whole front office is in place. I wonder if Pop was kind of sitting there watching that game on TV and looking at him go for 34 points in 19 minutes, being like, wish you wouldn't have done that, buddy. But I like it. I like it for my future. I like it for our future, but just maybe turn it off a little bit.
No, and this is kind of where the Rockets were a few years ago, where it was just, you have so many good players, but not great players. And so Keldon Johnson's still playing. Steph Castle is still up there, could win Rookie of the Year. You have Jeremy Sohan, Keldon Johnson. I mean, there's just this line. Mamu's a guy who come in. Like, there's just a lot of players that once you get past De'Aaron Fox and Chris Paul and Harrison Barnes and Wemby, there's all these guys that are good, really good players. Devin Vassell, they're really good, but they're just not, they can't be your first or second best player on your team. And so once they get fully healthy next year, they'll be a lot better, especially if you can get Wemby to progress the way he needs to. And then you see Wemby and De'Aaron Fox. That'll be a really fun combination to see those two guys if they're both healthy next season. But yeah, right now you're trying to figure out, you'd love to get that pick a little higher than 9th. Unfortunately, the way the lottery works, they only draw the top 4, I believe. So if you have to, you have to really move up. You can't move up to like 6 or 7 to try and go get somebody good. You get to number 9, and I don't think Trey Johnson will be available at 9 either. But that's right now where the Spurs are lying is 31-40. They could fall down, I think, one more pick. I think it gets like 8th, but a lot of the East is just utter garbage. It is just complete and total garbage in the East, and it is frustrating because you go Washington, Charlotte, Philadelphia, Brooklyn, Toronto are all just really bad teams. Miami's got a pick in there as well. Utah has been tanking all season. Utah's tanked the last 4 or 5. I don't know when they're going to stop tanking. It feels like you got to at some point. New Orleans has also been really bad this year. So all those teams have the picks ahead of the Spurs at number 9. Portland is that team you're kind of fluctuating with. Miami is another one that Miami's like in the playoff hunt. So maybe they'll win a couple more games down the stretch and you could jump up to 8. But I don't know if you get past Toronto. And Toronto doesn't really want it. They just need a draft because they can't get free agents, and they're paying Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram now, which I don't get at all.
Yeah, I don't know how the East just continues to be so bad. I mean, it seems like those are the teams that are always at the top of the draft and always in the lottery and always getting these high draft picks. And it's just like eventually you feel like because of that, the power would start to shift a little bit, maybe just because of the draft picks and the prospects, but it just never does. I just don't understand it. It's been like this for so long.
No, and then like when Washington even gets decent, they immediately screw it up and are bad again. And I get they've had injuries and they've had hard luck, but they just draft really, really poorly. And then, so if you draft 3 picks in the top 5 3 years in a row, it's like how the Kings were so bad. Is the Kings passed over guys, and you're just like, well, you had an automatic draft. You took the bad pick, and if you take the bad pick in an automatic draft, your franchise is going to be bad because there was 3 stars and you just whiffed on it. Like Detroit fell into oblivion because they didn't want to take Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, or Carmelo Anthony. They took Darko Milicic, and it cast a shadow on that franchise for 20 years now?
Yeah.
Because they could have had one of them and they chose not to because they didn't want to upset the championship dynamic they had going at the time. So they wanted a player that didn't need playing time right away. So they didn't draft a star player. They drafted Darko Milicic. Like, it's still one of the worst decisions ever that cost them for 15, 20 years after the fact because they just could never recover from the greatest draft in NBA history, one of the greatest drafts in NBA history, completely whiffing with the number 2 overall pick. It's ridiculous. Let's move over to Dallas, though. talk a little bit about your favorite team, the Dallas Mavericks. They're 35-38 right now. They're 3-7 in their last 10, but there is reason for hope. Right now, they're tied in the win column with the Kings and the Suns. So they're tied, but they're tiebreaker-wise just out. So it is Kings, Suns, Mavs, but they're just out of the playoffs right now, the play-in with that. However, they play the Magic tomorrow. And scheduled to return tomorrow, as of right now, Anthony Davis, P.J. Washington, and Caleb Martin. Scheduled to come back tomorrow. That automatically starts to turn your season around. No, Kyrie Irving's still out. That starts to turn around. Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively are expected back next week. So this team will all of a sudden go from a team that was woefully undermanned to a team that actually has a ability to play again. There's some decent players on the team still. This is still a play-in caliber team, especially with Anthony Davis. I mean, it's not going to get you much further in the world. There's also no reason to tank because you're not really going to go farther out to get a decent pick. So you might as well try and push for the play-in and then just see what happens in the playoffs. The fun note about the Mavericks that I'll throw in there is that Kai Jones got signed because they were just so low on players, and they needed anybody who is slightly tall. And even though Kai Jones kind of threw his own career away, making really weird videos, which I still don't know what all that was about. And, we all were just kind of worried because I met Kai Jones and we got to do stuff with him back in the day. He was just a really nice, respectful kid back in Texas. And it wasn't like you were expecting this guy to be making the videos he was making over and over again and then kind of lose his mind a little bit. But he came out. He's been playing 15.5 points, 8.8 rebounds in the 4 games he's played for the Mavs. Decent numbers. Now they're going to go down immensely because he's going to fall in behind Anthony Davis and P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively, who all kind of play the same position. So with 4 guys coming back, that's probably the end. But a good run for Kai Jones. I like Kai Jones. He was when he was at Texas. I remember sitting with Eddie Orrin and we just look at him and be like, if you can progress this kid at the rate he's progressed since he got here, he could be really, really good because he's super athletic. He can jump out of the gym. He's got a decent shot. He's got all these things that are almost right there, and he just needs to get there. And then he went to Charlotte, which is the worst place to go. And it just went downhill from there. And he's never been able to figure it out. But I always wanted Kai Jones to do well.
Yeah, I did too. He's one of those Texas guys that I always really liked watching. It's unfortunate what's happened to him. I'm happy that he's doing well with the Mavs. I wish he had gone somewhere else and not played and played better somewhere else. But he's going to have a chance to compete, I think, for some playing time just based on what he's done the last few games. And I have a sneaky suspicion that Anthony Davis will not be healthy for the entire rest of the season. So
you have inside sources.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's history has a way of repeating itself. So yeah, I mean, good for him. I don't know what to say about the Mavericks, man. I still think they're in trouble because they don't have their best player. They don't have Kyrie
Irving's out. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, so they're not going to make a run in the playoffs. We know that, but
no, they're not. And I'm trying to think of a way of saying this. It doesn't make me sound like a complete jerk, but Kyrie getting injured and all these other players getting injured and them falling off so hard after the Luka trade is just kind of karma in a way. I hate saying that because Kyrie tore his ACL and he was playing really hard. And it's I don't mean it like that. It's just, they kind of put themselves in this position, and it's unfortunate because they were my favorite sports franchise on the planet, professional sports franchise on the planet. And now I just have no love for them whatsoever. So I want to see them, make the play-in and then lose and then be stuck on a treadmill of mediocrity for years and years and years. My old boss that I used to work for kind of coined that term, and it really fit the Mavericks well for a little while there before they got Luka, right? They were just kind of always very like after the Dirk era and kind of in between, they were kind of always just very, very average. And Dirk was doing his best to, keep coming back and give the franchise some juice and all these things, but they were never really able to do anything. And I feel like they're kind of stuck there now, and it's going to be a while before they get back. And I really hope that's the case. And I hope that the Lakers come out and win their 197th title or whatever the number is. And Luka just sits there with the trophy, holding up the trophy, and kind of looks over at Nico, like staring at Nico through the TV, like, yeah.
Staring at Nico, hanging out with Rob Pelinka, being like, "You're so cool, Rob." Oh. No, I get all that. I understand the rage of it. I'll say the karma is not for trading Luka. The karma is for then trashing Luka for 2.5 straight weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And being like, this guy can't stay healthy. This guy is going to be injured all the time. We know the injuries are going to come for all of our guys are hurt. Crap. And yeah, when you just kind of wish that evil into the world, because it felt like they didn't want to pay him. And so then they just made up everything else, but then they put the evil into the world about injuries, and it bit them instead of biting Luka. And so, but that's all it really felt like, is they just didn't want to pay him a ton of money. They just didn't, for whatever reason. And I get, you can look at Joel Embiid and say, I don't ever want to be that.
I know what the reason is. I know what the reason is.
What's that?
They're idiots. That's why.
Okay, I thought you meant there was a justifiable reason, or at least a not other than, yeah, we know they're idiots.
No, Nico Harrison's an idiot. That ownership group
we know that.
has no idea what they're doing.
No, I'm aware of all that. Yeah, that's like talking about the Cowboys. Like, we know why it's not working. Is there's idiots in running the helm, and Jerry's not an idiot on everything, but he's an idiot on some of it, and it matters a lot for the Cowboys. And then finally, we'll get to the team that is doing the best right now, the Houston Rockets, because this is why the Mavs won't progress, because the Mavs get into the play-in, and even if they win in the play-in, you have to play either Oklahoma City or Houston. And that's not good. Right now, they're 47-26. They got a 2-game lead on third place right now, which is decent with a few games left to go. You just got to keep winning. Houston should be able to keep winning. They're pretty healthy right now as well. They're not going to catch OKC. They can't catch OKC. They have a 13.5 game lead. OKC does over Houston. They've just been playing outstanding basketball all season long. They play the Jazz tomorrow. Amen Thompson has been a home run pick for them. Really the guy they needed to fill it out, because, they had Jalen Green, and Jalen Green's leading the team in scoring. He's a good player, but he just was never that guy to kind of will them over. And then you get Jabari Smith, and Jabari Smith, I remember watching him in Summer League, and you were like, how are you not commanding the ball in Summer League? You're the best player. You're the top pick of this team. Go command the ball. And he would just wait for people to pass to him. And he's been that player in the NBA, way too passive of a player that when he was at Auburn, they were told, you get the ball to Jabari Smith. He's the best player on the court. You get him the ball. But once he got to the NBA, he did not command the ball. And when you don't command the ball in the NBA, you don't see it much, especially on a team with Alperen Sengun and Jalen Green. You're probably not going to see the ball a lot in that. Those guys don't want to pass. So you were able to put that in. You bring in Amen Thompson. That kind of gave you that toughness and the grit and the passion and all those things that you thought Dylan Brooks was going to bring. Dylan Brooks is still there. Still a guy. Still exists. Still, decent player for them. But Amen Thompson's still a clown. But Amen Thompson's really that change of the guy that shows up every day and works his butt off to get everybody moving in the right direction. And so that pickup for them has been huge. I still don't see them necessarily being ready to make the big run this year. They're still a little young for me. I still don't know who gets the ball in a clutch situation. So you just said, you could technically give the ball to Fred VanVleet, Jalen Green, Amen Thompson. I wouldn't really give to Amen. I mean, maybe if he drives, but he can't shoot a 3. So you kind of leave the ball maybe less. That is his hands a little less. But you can go Jalen Green. You can go Dylan Brooks. You could go. There's just a lot of Alperen Sengun has been really good for them this season. All those guys you could throw the ball into and trust to go get you a bucket, but you don't have one guy, and it's like the quarterback competition. If you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. And it's that you need to have one guy that you trust, and that guy, because that guy now, there's not a debate afterwards. When Michael Jordan put up a shot at the end of the game, no one went back in there other than Scottie Pippen and said, I should have gotten the ball. Everyone went, no, it's his shot. When Tim Duncan took the last shot, there was no spur on the bench, maybe Steven Jackson, but no spur on the bench that was like, that was my shot. You say, no, that's the best player. He's one of the best players in the league. Give him the shot. And they don't have that. So if someone goes out and Jalen Green takes that shot or Fred VanVleet takes it and misses it, it's just a bad shot. When you go back to that locker room, there's 4 or 5 faces looking back at you and looking at Ime Udoka like, what the hell was that? I'm the guy. Give me the ball.
Yeah. So Amin Thompson's one of those guys that I think is a real like culture and mood setter. And I think that's why he's been such a hit there. Like you saw the clips with him and Tyler Harrow where like they had that scuff up back a few weeks ago. And then he comes back and he's just like, nah, this guy's mine. I'm going to take him to school. And he had a hell of a game. You love having guys like that in your roster. The Rockets are a very good team. But you're right. They don't have the superstar number one guy that they can rely on night in and night out. I think they've been connected by some insiders to maybe getting Kevin Durant this summer. So maybe that kind of changes things a little bit because I think that Jalen Green he's such a talented player, but I think he's a number 2 guy. He'll always be a number 2 guy. That's what his role is going to be, like just a volume scorer. And not a guy you can rely on necessarily night in and night out to be your best player, but a guy that you can, who can be your number 2. Any team in the West, whether it's the Rockets or somebody who's a little bit below them, who's going to have to go through Oklahoma City is going to have a hard time. It's just the way it is. This feels like for the Rockets, it feels like the year before the year.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
Which was OKC last year.
Yeah, and they just need they're a player away. Like they need that number 1 guy, and maybe they go get a Kevin Durant or they make a trade this offseason that kind of solidifies that spot. But their future is certainly bright. I living in Houston, I'm becoming more of a Rockets fan than a Mavericks fan at this point, which I never in my entire life thought I would say. But I'd rather watch the Rockets every time than the Mavericks because they're so exciting to watch because they have so many good young players. And with Jabari Smith, I always want to call him Sir Jabari Smith just because it's Sir Jabari Rice.
I know.
But he's a guy that, he's so talented. You want to see him develop into that guy that, they thought he could be. I don't know. I hate counting young players out because I feel like once they flip that switch, they can be that. But I just haven't seen it from him so far. It's really disappointing because I was really high on him coming out of the NBA draft.
No, and I think that but that's kind of the issue is they have a lot of those too. And it's similar with the Spurs. And that's why you really like Amin Thompson there because he's the guy they drafted who acts like, yeah, you should have drafted me. I'm the guy. And no one else on that roster does. And Fred VanVleet's got a chip on his shoulder. Dylan Brooks has a chip on his shoulder because they're not the guy either. And so they both are pissed off because they've proven more and more than they've done. And then they're playing with some guys that were supposed to be the guy, but they're not. And it's like, you just have this team where I get Ime is a really good coach and what he's put together there. I mean, hell, he laid the groundwork for Boston and what that franchise is right now. So it's like, he's put something together that's really, really good, but it does feel like it's the year before the year because there just isn't that attitude there yet. Like Alperen Şengün, I just don't know yet if he's a champion center yet. You know what I mean? Like he's really, really good, but but when the ball goes into him, it feels like he's playing a different game than the rest of the team is. And so there's 4 guys playing one thing, and then the ball goes into Şengün. And now if they want to move and play his game, he'll kick the ball back out to an open guy when he gets doubled or do it. But if he gets a ball and he doesn't get doubled, most of the time he's going to go try and score the ball. And, that's what a lot of big men do is they try and get inside and score when they get it. But normally for guys in championship teams that aren't necessarily the best player, you have to defer. And when that best player comes out behind you and says, give it back, you got to give it back. And it's the scene in Semi-Pro with Will Ferrell where they throw the ball in and he's like, reset. And he's just throwing the ball back in and out. That kind of feels like where they're at. But again, it goes into, are you the number 1 or you're the number 2? And Alperen Şengün's not a number 1, really, really good player, but not a number 1. And so it's not his team. So he can't just be that guy. They need to find that identity. And whether it's someone progressing over the offseason, whether it's them making a trade, you have really good bench players like Tari Eason who could probably do more on another team, and you're able to bring somebody in who has that swagger, who's able to pull it off. You're lucky because you have big guys too. You have guys that can play that 3-4 position, and Alperen Şengün can play the 5. So you don't necessarily have to go out and try and find a big wing to be your guy. You can find a point guard, shooting guard to be the guy for this Rockets team. But you see what Oklahoma City and SGA taking over and being the guy on a team with so much talent around him. Once he kind of stepped in that position and said, and I think what it took was Chet Holmgren coming in and Chet Holmgren being like, oh no, if you're not the guy, I'm the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And SGA said, screw that, I'm the guy. Chris Paul told me I'm the guy. And once we saw that, it turned the tide for Oklahoma City, and now they're playing amazing. And if you're looking at what the NBA looks like for the playoffs right now, there's 3 main big contenders, and you wonder, and the only reason, and so basically it's OKC, it's Boston. We know those guys have, we know what OKC's done it all season. Boston, we know what they've done the last couple of years. And then it's Cleveland. And Cleveland has a thing of, when you talk about who's the guy, they have Darius Garland, they have Evan Mobley, Jared Allen is a defensive stalwart, lots of good talent, but they have Donovan Mitchell. And they have a guy who can take over a game. They have the guy who gets the last shot. So they have that part because they got an older guy in with all those young guys. And that's why Cleveland's just a little bit ahead for me than Houston is right now, because they have the guy and they're not just the defensive team with a lot of talent.
Yeah, and if you look at the landscape of NBA free agency this summer, there's not a whole lot of guys out there who really move the needle for you. Like LeBron James is going to be a free agent, but he's not going to Houston. Kyrie is going to be a free agent. He's not going to Houston. So there's not a lot of other guys out there that you can look at and say, okay, we can either, sign this guy to a big money deal, or we can do a sign and trade or whatever the case may be. So I feel like they're going to have to go out and just make a straight up trade. And, whatever that looks like, I like, in a sense, the Kevin Durant idea. I'm not sure if he can, if he's still the same player or not, because it seems like everywhere he's gone lately, they've kind of taken a step back as opposed to taking a step forward that they thought they were going to get. Like the Suns are a perfect example of that. So you got to go out there and find the right guy. It's just a matter of who it is, but you have to find somebody that can come in and take the charge,
So this is a guy I don't really like, but I know his names have been in trade rumors plenty, and he could be that guy. That's Trae Young. That Trae Young may be a guy. I don't really like him, but if you're saying you want a guy who says he's the guy, that guy says he's the guy. Mm-hmm. And if you tell me I can get Trae Young giving up Fred VanVleet, and that's my new point guard is Trae Young, with that team, and maybe get Tari Eason or Jabari Smith in there, and then draft picks, because they just need to rebuild in Atlanta. And I know they love Trae Young, but they need to do something. They know they do. They gave up all their draft picks and then traded away DeJounte Murray. So they need to figure out something. But that's a name when you kind of look around at what's available, what's out there. I don't know how many players are available. Maybe you call up Philly and ask for Tyrese Maxey, but is that really another number 1, or does he fall in the number 2 group again? I think Trae Young is that guy who is old enough now that you could put him in there. They have enough defense around him that the defense is no longer a struggle, and you're not worried about who's taking shots at the end of the game. Now, maybe you have to put Jalen Green in that package too, because you can't put Jalen Green and Trae Young on the same team. But I genuinely think that name makes more sense for me, of finding a guy who, maybe it won't, maybe it works, maybe it wasn't. But I think if you give me a coach who I think could make it work, it'd be Ime.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a good one. I've never been the biggest fan of Trae Young, whether it be his just mentality and his those kinds of things. But
his picking up schools,
that too. But they need a guy who can come in there and be that reliable, number 1 guy. Maybe that's him. I know there will probably be some Rockets fans out there who will say, well, if Kyrie and Luka can make it work in Dallas, why can't Trae Young and Jalen? It's not the same. They're not the same players. Those are two volume scorers, and it's not going to work. You can't have
Well,
two.
And two, you're also saying you're comparing Jalen Green to either Kyrie or Luka, and that's insane.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, I can see those kind of comments coming already, but it's a totally different situation, not the same kind of players. So, maybe Trae Young would be a good fit. They'd have to give up a lot to get him, I think. But
yeah, you just got to give it picks, man. They need picks more now. So, we'll give you some picks. We'll give you the,
Given the state that Atlanta's in, I feel like they kind of have to do something. And if Luka Doncic can get traded, Trae Young can certainly get traded.
Yeah. I mean, Trae Young has been in rumors because I know a Spurs fan. He's in Spurs rumors every single year that he was the guy they were going to pit with him with Wemby. And there's rumors about it every year because Atlanta's just stuck. They're at treadmill of mediocrity. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
That's Atlanta. So that's a team that if you say, we'll give you some picks, we'll give you a couple of young players, and y'all can try and figure it out from there. I'm just saying, just throwing it out there, just looking at some names. That's a name that makes sense to me of somebody that moves the needle for you if you're in Houston, and you can still have a lineup of, of Trae Young, Amin Thompson, Dylan Brooks, Jabari Smith, Alperen Şengün, Tari Eason, maybe. I think you still have a pretty good lineup. You still got some good players on that team, and it gives you a big name.
I totally agree. You got to do something this offseason. He could be that. He could be that guy.
So we'll throw that in there, but that kind of ends up where you're at in the NBA right now with about a week and a half, 2 weeks to go. I do tomorrow want to get into a little bit more MLB because it'll be MLB opening day tomorrow. So I'll be watching MLB tomorrow while the games. I think the Astros play like 3. If you haven't, I told you yesterday, watch that Cam Smith video. It's really nice. I saw some other stuff that he made the roster for the Astros, the opening day roster, and they were talking to him, and why he was being so emotional was because he was raised by a single mother, and he was basically just like, everything she did for me to get me to this point, and like struggling to get me to practices and games and all that other stuff, and to have her there just kind of broke him down. And so very cool moment for him. But you get to see what this Astros team will be. The Rangers, be interested in that. So we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. I do also have this other thing. So I don't know if you saw today that LeBron James was on Pat McAfee.
Mm-mm.
So LeBron was on Pat McAfee today, which is, it was LeBron at full LeBron, where he's trying to be the cool guy. And Pat McAfee is very much a place where you have guys who are like, oh, we're cool, we can hang. And you're like, I know, but not all of us think this is the coolest thing. So maybe have your own personality and don't try and morph into theirs. And LeBron, he's promoting that they're going to restart the podcast with Steve Nash. And I was going to say a wrestler, Kevin Nash. He's going to restart his podcast. So he's kind of doing some press for that. And then, talking about the NBA and all of those pieces in between. And he addressed the Stephen A. Smith stuff where he was like, he's like, dude, I went up, and I do love people have cut together the videos of Stephen A. Smith just being like, don't bring my name in the media. I'm a man. I'm in the front row. You come talk to me like a man. Come talk to me like a man. I'm at all these games. You can come talk to me like a man. And then somebody did. He's like, he came over and talked to me like a man. What is this? So I did like the videos of him doing that, but he talked about that. He talked about some other pieces, but then he went into the debate, and this is just a rant for you for a minute. And I'd love to hear where you're at on this too, but because he went on the whole thing now is ex-NBA players and current NBA players all saying that ex-NBA players would dominate players today and current NBA players would dominate ex-NBA in previous histories. And they're both complete bullshit. It's a dumb, stupid argument. It's like the MJ or LeBron debate. It's a dumb argument because, first of all, it's the generational argument, which I hate with every fiber of my being. The argument of, I was alive when Michael Jordan was playing basketball, so I'm a better person than you because you weren't. And that's the basis of the Michael Jordan, LeBron James argument, is I got to watch Michael Jordan play. You don't. I'm better than you for that. And it's not true. It's nothing, no bearing whatsoever on what your quality of life or the impact you've had on the world is what generation you were born in. What you've done with your life is what matters. So I hate those arguments. People are people. People suck in every generation. People are awesome in every generation. I'm friends with people of all ages. I have some friends that are much older than me, and they're awesome. I have some friends that are much younger than me, and they're awesome. They're idiots, but so are the people older, and so am I. So it all works out. But this argument that he was like Giannis would score 280 points in a game. Like, no, he wouldn't have. Because they would have just fouled the crap out of him. Like, it was a different game. And so I get Giannis, if you said you call the game like you do now against those players, yes, he would have scored 280 points in a game because he would have just dunked on everybody. And none of them were, they weren't going to be able to stop it. But like you look at George Mikan, they had to change rules because George Mikan, they changed goaltending made goaltending because George Mikan came in the league. And George Mikan just jumped over the rim and blocked shots at the rim. And so he didn't have to guard anybody. They said that's stupid. So they've changed the rules along the way as people have gotten more athletic. And so the rules change due to what it is. And now there's some unintended consequences of that. That the players that are kind of the extras, so we won't talk about the stars. The stars could play in any generation always. Star basketball players could play anytime, and they'd be really good because they're just that good at basketball. And they could adapt and do whatever they wanted. They'd be really good. LeBron James would be good in 1920 if they allowed him on the courts. But he would have been really good. Michael Jordan would have been really good in 19. All of them would have been great in 1920 because they're just that kind of player, and they're that committed to it. But the thought that Bob Cousy wouldn't be good now, Bob Cousy would be great. It would be a different game. He'd have to use different aspects, but he'd still be really good. He'd still be able to get out there because he's a top player. Now, would the bench guy be able to play in today's game? No, because a bench guy was picked because of what was needed due to the rules and playing style of the game at that time. So there was another player probably playing at Rucker Park or something else who could have played in that game. But no, because what they needed at the time was a big guy who went and stood inside, and when a guy came inside, he bumped him out of bounds and made him not want to come inside anymore. So that was the guy they needed. David Robinson came in and changed the game because before David Robinson, big men didn't run the floor like that. If you had a fast break, the chase down block didn't happen by 7-footers. And now it's in everyone's doing chase down blocks. That wasn't a big thing for a long time. So the game changes and you go into it. But I will tell you why people hate the game more. In my opinion, I will tell you why people hate the game more now than they used to, and why people will nostalgically look back on basketball before what basketball is today. And it's because basketball is on TV all the time, and crappy games are constantly on the TV. And ESPN has to have a game on 3 nights a week, and TNT has to have 2 games on. And some of these games just flat out suck. And those games flat out sucked in 1995. They sucked in 2005. They sucked in 1965. And they weren't on TV. And nobody saw them. And nobody knew they existed. And unless it was your team and you read the paper the next day, you had no idea it existed. You never saw bad basketball. And if you were at the games, you were probably a big enough fan that you wanted to be at the games. And you wanted to be a part of it so you could look past bad basketball because you can enjoy the good parts of it. But a casual fan now will turn on the NBA and see Oklahoma City versus Utah and see Shai going to the free throw line 48 times and Utah trying to lose and go, basketball sucks now. And that's not the case. Watch the playoffs. Basketball's fun in the playoffs, but it's not because every game's on TV. And in the 90s, the only team that you saw every game of was Michael Jordan. You saw the best player in the league. That was the only guy who was on TV. I saw my Spurs probably 10 games a season, maybe 15 when I was a kid. And then you saw highlights. You'd watch Sports Center and you would see highlights. And so all I would see was the best plays. And so, of course, Sean Elliott was the greatest small forward in the league. I watched him play his highlights. He was pretty great. Now, if I watched him every minute of every game, maybe I would have a different opinion on him. But that's the nostalgia of basketball, is we only saw the greats. We only saw the big games. We didn't get to see all of it. And now it's so overexposed that no, an 82-game season, there's a lot of duds. And they didn't used to be on TV. And we didn't used to talk about them in highlights. We didn't care about the duds. We just ignored them and moved on. It was when Stuart Scott would go, also, the Memphis Grizzlies played the Toronto Raptors. Raptors win 105-102. And that was it. It's the extent of our knowledge of that game. And now that game is on 6 channels and you can get on League Pass and it's out there. And that is why there is this insane nostalgia for old school basketball. And people say that basketball is no longer good. They can make all these arguments that the game is different or the flopping and everything else. It's always existed. I learned how to be a dirty player from watching Karl Malone. I watched it, and I was not fast enough or smart enough, so I knew how to flop. I used to have a move I pulled off in pickup basketball where I would post up at a guy, and a bigger guy would guard me, and I'd grab his arm and hold his arm. So he'd start bumping me to try and get me off his arm, and as soon as I'd see someone else look over, I would fly out, my arms up, and his arm would come flying up and hit me in the face, and I'd fall backwards. And I would get the foul call in pickup games. It's always been there. This is in the 90s. It's like it's always been there. There's always been this kind of crap in the game. And I get it. And now it's just, we see it because we see the bad players do it. I was watching Karl Malone. Karl Malone was a great flopper and a great dirty player. Terrible human being, but great player. And so Karl Malone could do those things. And that's who I learned from, because I'd see his highlights. I'd watch him play the Spurs a couple times a year, and I would go, okay, this is what he's doing. That's how he did. That's how he got David Robinson on those kind of moves. Now I could watch Karl Malone play all the time, and I go like, this guy's not fun to watch. And I'd also watch a guy, Greg Ostertag do it. And I don't want to watch Greg Ostertag do that 40 times a year. So whenever I hear these arguments, well, my answer will always be, if you ask me who is better, this guy or what generation, it doesn't matter. The stars would always be good, and the players in the rest of the league were set up to play into that league. And the only reason you really, really think it sucks is because it's really overexposed. When you see a beautiful woman dressed up, you think that woman is beautiful. When she takes off her makeup and her Spanx and her Wonder Bra and everything else she's got on, she's not an ugly woman, but she ain't the same. That's what the NBA is right now.
I mean, I don't think I can argue with you about that. I've lost my luster for basketball. Even before this Luka thing, I kind of lost my fanfare for it for quite some time, because I agree. I mean, what really got me going in the NBA growing up was watching Michael Jordan and, going to 8 to 10 Mavs games, or, watching, even when I was really young, like watching Magic Johnson or watching the NBA All-Star game and those kinds of things. When I started covering the Mavericks, which was one of my first jobs in media, I was covering the Mavericks back in the early 2010s. I had to watch every single game that team played for 5 years.
Yeah.
And I realized, like, this sucks. This isn't good. Like, if your team, there's a lot of bad basketball, and it's not just in the NBA either. There's a lot of bad basketball in college as well, but I think it's worse in college just because it's so oversaturated with 300 whatever teams and all that stuff. Yeah,
like the next 16, Sweet 16 is going to be awesome because all those teams are pretty good right now.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing with the NBA is, like, you tune into TNT and you're watching the Jazz versus the Raptors or whatever the case may be, and you're like, this I'm gonna go watch a movie. Like, I don't want to watch this. And I get the player debate on who would be better in what generation and all that stuff, like, to a degree. Like, it can be a fun conversation, but you're absolutely right. Like, you could put Wilt Chamberlain in today's NBA and he would find a way to be successful.
Great. He would be great. Like,
and
guys that are that good weren't that good for no reason.
I know. And you could put LeBron James in the 90s and he would still be an all-star Hall of Fame player. And you could put Michael Jordan in today's NBA. And, like, I think Michael Jordan personally would be better in today's NBA than he was back then, which is really scary to think about.
No, he'd be amazing.
But yeah, he'd probably average over 40 points a game, and he'd, be defensive player of the year every year and all those things. But at the end of the day, it's just like, it's such a tired argument. It's like, who cares if, LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan or vice versa or whatever the case may be. Like, MJ's my GOAT. He will always be my GOAT because of the nostalgia.
I get that.
And that's purely it.
Yeah, no, I get it. And it drives me nuts because I just see the trolls and the clickbait stuff where it's like LeBron's not a top 10 player. And you're like, you don't watch basketball then. You just don't watch basketball. If you don't think he's a top 10 player of all time. Of course.
Even at 40 years old, he's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And like my least favorite thing.
It's just, again, you get to see him naked. That's the problem. You didn't see these other guys. Like, people are like, Larry Bird was so much better. Like, I love Larry Bird. I don't get to see a lot of Larry Bird. So everything I see of Larry Bird, he's amazing, because I don't get to see any of the bad. I see all of LeBron's bad.
Yeah. And, you know, probably my least favorite thing in social media, especially, is these guys who are always on these stupid NBA podcasts, like these old head guys who are always on these stupid NBA podcasts. And you're like, all right, who's your top 5 all time? And then the guy name's like, all right, I got Magic Johnson, I got Michael Jordan, I got Kobe, I got LeBron, and I got Kareem or whatever. And then the other guy tears it apart. It's like, Michael Jordan couldn't do the things that LeBron. It's like, shut up. Just shut up. They're all good players. They all would have been good in every situation.
No, Rick Barry came out and did it now. Rick Barry was like, oh, we would have destroyed him. Like, no, Rick, come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They're all good players. Have some respect for each other. Get rid of this stupid debate of a generation. Like, dude, great players are great. You know who you should argue with? Go argue that these scrubs couldn't have played because they couldn't. The scrubs that could have played in the NBA in the 90s couldn't play today. And the scrubs play now would have gotten beat up and thrown out of the league in 2 years because they're super athletic, but they would have gotten beat up. And if they would have just been like, oh, I have a calf contusion, they'd be like, and you play.
Yeah,
like, it's just a different world. So you can't, it's hard to compare. And so it's crazy to me. But I just wanted to get that off because I saw that today. It rubs me wrong all the time when I see it. And then just the reality, man, we just see it now. We just get to see it. It was always this way. I went to a bunch of games. You just said you covered it. When you cover the games, you're like, there's a lot of bad basketball. It's like when they talk about women's basketball, I would work all the women's basketball games. And there's great. I remember watching, I believe it was Stanford in Texas, and it was riveting. Texas women's basketball. And it was riveting. And I remember watching other games that were 30-point games at the end of the first quarter. Like, this sucks so much. Yeah. This is the worst thing I've ever watched. I don't know how I'm going to get through 3 more quarters. So it is. It's just overexposure. If you have to watch all of it, it's going to be bad. They shouldn't show so many games. They're going to show more. It's craziness. And that goes for MLB too. That's why baseball is not as fun as it used to be. We didn't used to get every freaking game, and now we do. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get to the breaking Cowboys inside or Browns inside information about Dak Prescott and a new bill that is being proposed in North Carolina. We'll talk about that when we come back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got a great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic and experienced sales geeks or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Back at Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, getting to the end of the show. But I do want to talk a little bit here in the last 10 minutes about some great stories that came out. I actually got the video of this one, so we'll pull this video up that Matt was sending me earlier about Matt says this is a done deal. Matt's using all his insider knowledge.
Don't put that evil on me, Patrick.
That there is I gotta pull his name back up again. I keep deleting his name. But we can pull his name back up again. Oh, okay. Wait, because there's more about him. Bruce Drennan. Bruce Drennan is a guy, is an Illinois, Ohio broadcaster. This is what he sent out earlier today that has gotten the rounds, has gone viral with his inside knowledge of Cleveland Browns.
Get ready for this one. I got a pretty darn good source within the Browns organization. Couple. I heard since our last show that part of the reason Myles Garrett was so willing to sign this extension for contract, money. The Browns are negotiating as we speak with the Dallas Cowboys for a trade for Dak Prescott. And Garrett got all giddy about it. Why, I don't know. We're not going anywhere with Prescott, even if they pull it off. Newsom's part of it, and draft picks. Now, Prescott has a hamstring injury as we speak, and he may not be ready for the start of training camp. But this comes from a couple of different sources. And take it for what it's worth. If it does come about, remember where you heard it first.
Yeah, that is Bruce Drennan giving a take. First of all, this is not possible. So let's start off with this is not a possible trade for several reasons. Cap reasons, most importantly. You can't just make a trade.
I have numbers on this to back your argument up, but yeah, go ahead.
So the cap number is just on there, and Matt will give me a second. Second of all, Dak has a full no trade clause, so he would just say no to doing that. So you can't trade him without him wanting to go. And I don't know any reason why he would want to go to Cleveland to leave Dallas. That seems insane to me too. So it just makes no sense. And so Matt, give the numbers real quick of what it actually is.
Dallas would take, this is per Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Everybody here knows Nick Harris. Dallas would take on a 9-figure dead cap hit in 2025, $98 million in 2026, and $61 million in 2027. The Browns would have over $432 million dedicated just to the QB position over the next 4 seasons.
Yeah. No, yeah, they're not doing it. I mean, yeah,
no
it's ridiculous.
Way.
So it's silliness. It's not going to happen. I love it. Now, I'm going to give you 2 theories about what happened. One is probably what happened, which is he just made it up. 2 is there is a rat or a mole in the Browns organization, and they were trying to figure out who it is. And they use my favorite technique to figure out who the rat is, which is tell a bunch of people a different lie and see which lie comes out. And then you know who the mole is because that was what gets released. So hopefully it's that. Hopefully the Browns are just like, no, just send out that we're going to trade for Dak. Send out we're going to trade for Joe Burrow. Send out we're going to trade for Lamar Jackson. Send out we're going to trade for just send all these out, and then somebody will report it, and then we'll know who the rat is. That's my hope. I think it's just he made it up.
Yeah, this guy's giving me like sports Alex Jones vibes.
So, he does have a Wikipedia, so he's big enough. He's got a Wikipedia. He's been doing this for a very, very long time, like 40 plus years. being like a commentator. He used to commentate and be the color guy on baseball games. But this is where it gets really fun. In 2004, his home was raided by the FBI and IRS as part of a sports gambling investigation. And then he was arrested for tax fraud a few years later. So then you get the great phrase, in 2007, after his release from jail. Never what you want to hear in a Wikipedia about your radio career. He returned to broadcasting, but I'll give it to him. He got busted for sports gambling. The name of the show, All Bets Are Off. Solid name. Solid name after that. Also, all truths are off. That is a horrible, ridiculous statement that is making the rounds. Some people reporting it as complete and total falsehoods, and others reporting it as, clickbait. But
so there's a couple of things I want to say here. First, you can tell by the way that he's saying that he has sources where he's like, I've got a really good source.
Yeah.
Two, where he's like really trying to build up his clout. And that's kind of what this is to me, is clout chasing. But there's certain reporters on the Cowboys beat specifically who anything they say, I believe them, 100% reliable.
Yeah.
Number one on that list for me is Jane Slater.
She's awesome.
She's NFL Network, used to be with 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Absolute excellent reporter. She says on when was this? This was a couple hours ago. She says, I run it all down when working this beat, and the Dallas Cowboys are not working on a trade to Dak Prescott to the Browns. In fact, texts with two sources tell me fake news, absolutely not, before this gets any sort of wheels. So if Jane's saying no, if anybody else is saying no, I'm sure Calvin Watkins will come out and say something, Mike Fisher, all these different people. It's a no. It's a definite big time no.
Heavy no.
This guy's just coming out and spewing garbage, as we like to say.
I'll tell you this. I do love as he's saying it, he's trying to break it like it's this big news story that's going to help because also it's a whole reason they're kept the Myles Garrett. The Myles Garrett wasn't going to stay, but then we're trading for Dak Prescott. And Myles Garrett is apparently dumb enough to believe all of this. And that was how he was able to convince him to come and sign. And then as he's saying it, he realizes that also that not is like, how does that help you win? I get he's better than not Deshaun Watson. And he's probably better than Deshaun Watson's been the last couple of years, but it's not like going to put you over the edge that all of a sudden you get Dak Prescott and now you're ready to roll without any wide receivers or running backs or really anything else on that offense to help you out. And so he halfway through it goes, well, not that would matter at all. And does that in the middle, which I loved that he got him at, and then throws in the hamstring. He just looks down at his notes. He's just constantly being like, oh, by the way, this also be a disastrous trade for both teams, not just the Cowboys.
And he also fails to mention the fact that Myles Garrett demanded a trade, and then the Browns played hardball and said, we're not trading you.
Yeah.
That's why Myles Garrett stayed.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I might as well get some money out of this. Yeah, might as well get some money. There's one other thing that I saw Cowboys related that I wanted to bring up that I literally just saw if you want to talk about.
Yeah, go for it.
So Nick Harris retweeted this from Benjamin Solak. And according to the full rules report sent to the NFL by teams this week, the nose wipe celebration is now a 15-yard penalty for being a violent gesture, which I don't know if this is true, but if that's the case, then CeeDee Lamb's, patented first down celebration where he does the thing is now a 15-yard penalty.
How is that violent?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I've never gotten it. I feel like it's one of those things that happen, and then I just didn't think anything of it, and now it's all the time, and I don't know what cultural reference I missed out on. I figured it was just like in a rap video or something. And I was like, I'm just clueless old man who doesn't know. Have fun. I don't care. But I guess it pissed off somebody enough that's what it always is. It's somebody who doesn't know what it is that then has to come back and be like, no, I don't know what it is. And the fact I don't makes me hate it. So I'm going to shut it down. It's like, it doesn't matter. We all did stuff like this when we were kids. We all just had dumb little things.
In college football, they have that like the machine gun thing. Like that, I understand. This is just like
aim it at the crowd. You got to aim at the crowd. No,
like it's just a ridiculous. It's another ridiculous. If it's true, and I'm not saying it's true or false.
maybe it was
if
a
that
proposed,
is indeed true.
Maybe it was a proposed and not a done. That some owner somewhere was like, you need to get rid of that. Yeah. Probably because he thought it was about something that it's not. So who knows? Either that,
let's
or
also get rid of. Let's also get rid of the feed me from Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, I'm good with that one too. We're done. That was run its course. Just you know what? Creepy old white guys start doing it. It'll be gone in a week. All you got to do is just get a video of Jim Irsay doing it, and everyone will be like, I don't want to do that no more. And then you're good to go. Like him, and then like Jim Dolan, just any of those owners that suck, just get them. And I don't even dislike Jim Irsay. I feel like he'd be the type of guy to be cool, and then you get rid of him. All right, we hit 6 o'clock. We're gonna be out of here. We'll be back tomorrow. Discuss more as more Texas football, Texas basketball. I did see some reports of some names that Texas may be reaching out to, but I'll have to verify those before we bring them up. So maybe we'll have some names in the transfer portal that Texas is looking at right now as we come back tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. And myself and Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. We'll see you tomorrow.